Aristotle. Some humans are born as natural slaves, and that's justified. In ancient Athens, if you were walking through the bustling agora, the marketplace, you might see a man hunched over in chains, cleaning the dust from his master's sandals. Maybe he was captured in war, maybe he was born into bondage, but nobody questioned the system that put him there. Except, ironically, Aristotle, but not in the way you'd hope. Aristotle wasn't some early human rights theorist. He didn't argue that slavery should be abolished. He went in the other direction. He tried to justify it philosophically, and what he said has haunted moral philosophy ever since. Aristotle divided humans into two groups, those who are masters by nature and those who are slaves by nature. Not just by law or custom, but by some inner essence. He argued that some people are born to rule, and others are born to be ruled. And for the latter group, slavery isn't just inevitable, it's beneficial. Because, he said, it is better for them to be ruled by a master with reason than to live by their own defective reason. Think about that. He didn't see slavery as a violent institution, he saw it as moral caregiving. If someone lacks the rational faculties to govern their own life, the argument went, then being ruled is in their best interest. Now this isn't just some footnote in Aristotle's work. This logic underpins his entire political theory. He believed that reason is the highest human faculty, the thing that defines our species. But if you're born lacking that, you're not fully human in the moral sense. You're human-shaped, but not complete. And that's where it gets disturbing. Because this idea of partial humanity became a license for centuries to dominate entire groups of people. When Europeans enslaved Africans, they used similar logic. They said they were civilizing savages, that slavery was a way to uplift the inferior. Missionaries brought Bibles, kings brought chains, and philosophers brought Aristotle. Even into the modern world, the idea of natural hierarchy, of some people being more suited to lead and others to follow, echoes in our institutions. We see it in colonialism, in racism, in caste systems, in eugenics, in economic justifications that say some people just aren't cut out for more. All of that can trace philosophical DNA back to this idea that some humans are born to serve. But here's the dark twist. Aristotle was also the father of virtue ethics. He believed that ethics wasn't about rules, but about character. That a good life means developing habits of courage, justice, temperance. But he never thought to ask, what kind of character can you develop when you live in chains? He said freedom was essential to flourishing, but then denied that flourishing to whole classes of people. And maybe that's the most disturbing part. That brilliance and blind spots can live side by side. That one of the greatest minds in history, a man who tutored Alexander the Great, who shaped Western thought for over 2 millennia, could write one of the first great political theories of justice while defending slavery. This wasn't a moment of moral weakness. It was a system of thought, logical, structured, chilling. And if you think we've outgrown it, look again. Every time someone says these people just don't want to work, every time a system sorts people into winners and losers and then justifies why the losers deserve it, every time someone mistakes power for superiority, you're hearing echoes of Aristotle. He believed in natural slaves. We just gave it new language. Plato. Reality is just a shadow. You've never seen the truth. Imagine you've spent your entire life inside a dark cave. Not metaphorically, literally. You were born there, shackled at the ankles and neck. You've never turned your head. You can only look straight ahead at a wall. Behind you burns a fire, and between the fire and your back, figures pass holding up shapes, cutouts of animals, trees, people. The only thing you've ever seen. The shadows of those cutouts, dancing on the cave wall. You think that's reality, and why wouldn't you? Everyone around you believes the same thing. They argue over which shadows are more important. They name them. They create politics around them. Some even worship them. Then one day, someone breaks your chains. They drag you out of the cave. You fight it. The light blinds you. Your legs are weak, but eventually, you stumble outside, and for the first time you see the real world. Not shadows, not puppets, trees, sky, water, people, color, light, and then, looking up, you see the sun. Not the fire that cast shadows, the actual source of light and life. Now imagine going back. You return to the cave, trying to tell the others what you've seen, that none of it is real, that there's something more, that they're staring at illusions. But they mock you, they don't believe you, they call you insane. And if you push too hard, they kill you. This is Plato's allegory of the cave, written over 2,000 years ago in the Republic. But it's not just a story, it's a warning, a diagnosis, a challenge. Plato believed that the world we perceive with our senses, sight, sound, taste, touch, is not the real world. It's a world of appearances, shadows. What's real, he said, is beyond the senses, the forms, abstract, perfect, eternal truths. Not a chair, but chairness. Not a beautiful painting, but beauty itself. Not a just act, but justice in its purest form. We live surrounded by imitations, copies of copies. What we call truth is often just the best-lit shadow in the room. This isn't just philosophy, it's a psychological bomb. Think of the world today. Social media filters, political propaganda, algorithms feeding us only what confirms what we already believe. Celebrities who don't look like their own faces. News that isn't news. Constant distraction. Illusions stacked on illusions. Plato would say, you are back in the cave, and you like it there. Because leaving hurts, it takes effort. It breaks you. And even worse, once you leave, you don't get to fit back in. You become the outsider. The one who sees the lies and can't unsee them. The one who tries to tell others that their reality isn't real, and gets mocked for it. Plato believed this is what happened to Socrates, his teacher, a man who questioned everything, who pulled people out of their intellectual caves and was executed for it. Truth, he believed, was dangerous, and most people don't want truth. They want comfort. They want the warmth of the fire, the familiarity of the shadows. They want to believe the wall is the world. Plato's point is not that the world is fake, like the Matrix, it's that most people don't care whether it's real. As long as it feels real enough. The cave isn't outside you. It's your habits, your assumptions, your unexamined life. And escaping it isn't a one-time event. It's a lifelong struggle to turn around, to unchain yourself, to crawl towards something harder, brighter, and less flattering than shadows. The most disturbing part? You don't know you're in the cave until it's too late. Augustine, you were born broken. Inherited guilt damns you from birth. In the early 5th century, a man named Augustine sat down to write about his life. He didn't write to entertain. He wrote to confess. That book, Confessions, became the first true autobiography in Western history. But more than that, it became the foundation for one of the most disturbing ideas in Christian philosophy, that you were born guilty. Not because of what you did, but because of what you are. Augustine didn't start out as a saint. He lived for years in pleasure and ambition. He fathered a child out of wedlock. He pursued wealth, sex, status, and rhetoric, the elite art of persuasion. He rose quickly in Roman society, but none of it satisfied him. Eventually, he converted to Christianity. But he didn't just accept the faith. He reshaped it. And at the center of that reshaping was a single belief: human nature is fundamentally corrupt. To explain it, Augustine turned to the story of Adam and Eve. According to the book of Genesis, the first humans lived in paradise. God gave them freedom with one limit: do not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But they disobeyed. They ate. They became aware, and they were cast out. To many, this is a myth about disobedience. But to Augustine, it revealed something deeper. He believed that when Adam sinned, something broke in the human soul, not just for himself, but for everyone who came after. The damage was inherited. We are all born from a fallen lineage. We don't start out innocent. We start out wrong. That's the core of what he called original sin. It's not about bad behavior. It's about a built-in flaw, a disordered will, a twisted inner nature. From birth, your desires are misaligned. You are drawn to things you shouldn't want. You chase pleasure, power, and control. You turn away from the good, not by accident, but by default. And this condition is not neutral. It is guilt. You are culpable for a sin you never committed, because it lives inside you. Augustine called it a massa damnata, a mass of damnation. Left to your own devices, you are doomed. This is why, for Augustine, salvation is not earned. It is not deserved. It is given, freely, arbitrarily. Only divine grace can save you, not effort, not virtue, not understanding. He wrote, "My entire hope is in your exceedingly great mercy, Lord. Give what you command, and command what you will." To modern minds, this seems unjust. How can someone be guilty before they act? How can a newborn deserve condemnation? But Augustine wasn't guessing. He looked inward, and what he saw disturbed him. He remembered watching infants, babies who had no words, no reasoning, and noticing how they screamed with envy, how they reached out with greed, how they were angered when others were fed. Even before speech, he saw the roots of pride and selfishness. To him, this was proof that sin wasn't learned. It was inherited. It was who we are. He also looked at his own life. In Confessions, he describes stealing pears as a teenager, not because he wanted them, but because he enjoyed the act of rebellion. He wasn't hungry. He just wanted to do wrong. This, he believed, was the true nature of evil, not ignorance, but perversity, a will that delights in its own fall. His philosophy shaped centuries of thought. Martin Luther and John Calvin adopted his ideas into Protestant theology. Catholicism built its doctrine of baptism and salvation around his writings. Even modern psychology, especially Freud's ideas about unconscious drives, echoes Augustine's view that the self is not fully transparent to itself. But the cost of this view is high. It means that freedom, reason, and even love are damaged goods. That the things we trust most, our desires, our instincts, our will, cannot be fully believed. It means that sin is not a matter of choice. It is a condition, and it leads to a darker question. If I am born guilty, what does that say about the world, about God? Augustine would say, it's not unfair, it's justice. Human beings chose rebellion, and now we live in its consequences. Our suffering is not proof of God's cruelty, it's proof of our corruption. He didn't believe this made life meaningless. In fact, it made grace more precious. The more undeserved it was, the more astonishing it became. But for the individual, especially one without faith, Augustine's vision is bleak. You are broken at the root. You are not the hero of your story. You are the problem. And if you feel that weight, if you sense that your mind is not clean, your will not trustworthy, Augustine would say, good. That means you're finally seeing yourself as you truly are. Pythagoras. Numbers are the hidden gods. You probably know him from high school geometry. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. But Pythagoras wasn't just a math teacher. He was the leader of a cult. Not figuratively. Literally, he founded a secret brotherhood in southern Italy around 500 BCE, whose members lived under strict vows of silence, shared all property, believed in reincarnation, and treated numbers as sacred. They weren't allowed to eat beans. They thought odd numbers were male, even numbers were female, and they believed that mathematics revealed the divine structure of the universe. To Pythagoras, numbers weren't human inventions. They were the source of everything, the fabric of the cosmos, the hidden code beneath reality. Music, for example, wasn't magic. It was math. Pluck a string, and the pitch depends on its length. A string half as long makes a note 1 octave higher, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Harmony itself came from numerical ratios. This blew their minds. They believed that if music, something as emotional and mysterious as sound, could be explained through numbers, then everything could. The soul, a ratio, justice, a balance. The cosmos, a perfectly tuned instrument, ringing with inaudible frequencies, the music of the spheres. The Pythagoreans saw the entire universe as a kind of mathematical order, not symbolic, literal. Planets moved according to number. Human bodies were structured by geometry. The soul was weighed and shaped by proportions. But here's where it gets darker. One of Pythagoras's followers discovered something terrifying. They were trying to measure the diagonal of a square. The sides were 1 unit each. What's the length of the diagonal? By the Pythagorean theorem, it's the square root of 2. But square root of 2 isn't a neat fraction. It's irrational, a number that can't be expressed as a ratio of 2 integers. No matter how hard you try, you can't find a simple fraction to capture it. To a modern person, this might be annoying. To a Pythagorean, it was blasphemy. Because if numbers were divine, if everything was built on whole number harmony, then irrational numbers were cosmic corruption, a crack in the divine code. According to legend, the man who discovered this was murdered by his own brothers, thrown into the sea, so the truth wouldn't infect the faith. The idea that not all numbers are rational was too disturbing, because it meant that not everything fits, that some truths can't be expressed in simple form, that the world isn't as perfectly ordered as they thought. Still, Pythagoras's vision didn't die. His ideas lived on in Plato, who believed the world of perfect forms, abstract, unchanging ideals, was more real than the physical world. They lived on in Galileo, who said the universe is written in the language of mathematics, and they live on today, every time a physicist writes down an equation and claims it describes reality. But the real legacy of Pythagoras isn't the theorem. It's the idea that numbers aren't just tools, they're truths, and maybe even gods. That behind the mess of the physical world, behind your body, your thoughts, your emotions, there is a silent, cold, beautiful structure. And if you can see it clearly enough, maybe you'll understand the world. Or maybe you'll understand just enough to realize you're standing in front of a pattern you can't escape. Epicurus, death is the complete annihilation of self. No soul, no afterlife. You've probably never heard of Epicurus, and if you have, you've probably misunderstood him. Today, his name is associated with food blogs and wine tastings. Epicurean means luxury, indulgence, hedonism, pleasure. But Epicurus didn't live like that, and his ideas were far more dangerous. He was born in 341 BCE on the island of Samos and founded a school of philosophy in Athens called the Garden. It was quiet, simple, radically inclusive, one of the few places in the ancient world where women and slaves studied philosophy alongside free men. He believed in pleasure, but not the kind that comes from wealth, feasts, or sex. He meant something else entirely. Freedom from fear. He believed the human mind is trapped by 2 things, fear of the gods and fear of death, and his philosophy set out to destroy both. His most disturbing idea, the one that unsettled ancient thinkers and still haunts people today, is this: death is the end. Entirely. No afterlife, no soul, no punishment, no reward, no second act. When you die, you are gone. In the same way you were not present before you were born. No awareness, no pain, no continuation, no you. He argued that fearing death is irrational because when death arrives, you will not be there to experience it. There is no you left to be afraid. And while you are alive, death is not present, so the fear of death contaminates life, but gains you nothing in return. Death is nothing to us, he wrote. For when we exist, death is not present, and when death is present, we no longer exist. To many, this sounds cold, even hopeless, but Epicurus believed it was liberating. He thought the fear of death, especially the religious fear of divine punishment after death, was the most powerful weapon ever used to control people. that kings and priests had kept entire societies in check by convincing them that death was not the end, but the beginning of judgment. He saw religion not as a comfort, but a threat, a way to terrorize people with myths of eternal suffering or false hopes of heavenly reward, and he refused to accept it. To Epicurus, peace of mind could only come when death was stripped of its mystery and its power, when it became nothing more than the end of sensation. But that's easy to say, harder to feel, because most people don't just fear being dead. They fear not existing. They fear that their life might have no lasting meaning, that their memories, their love, their pain, their children, all of it might disappear. And Epicurus says yes, it will. You won't see how history unfolds. You won't witness your legacy. The people you leave behind will carry you in memory for a while, and then they too will vanish. Your name will fade. Your face will be lost. Eventually, the earth itself will be gone. Nothing you were will remain. This is not cruelty. It is nature. Epicurus believed that clinging to the illusion of immortality leads to misery, that people build temples, empires, and reputations, not out of joy, but out of fear. The fear that when they die, nothing will be left. And he was right. That fear drives billions. It drives religion, politics, money, war. People kill for eternal life. People lie for it. People lie for it. People suffer in this life, hoping for a better one after. Epicurus wanted none of it. He said, this is the life you get, so make it gentle. Make it wise. Don't chase riches. Don't fear the gods. Don't beg for eternity. Just try to avoid pain, physical pain, and more importantly, mental pain, anxiety, regret, fear. His advice: live simply, eat modestly, laugh with friends, think clearly, accept what is, and do not torture yourself with what isn't. The goal of life, he wrote, is ataraxia, peace of mind, and peace is impossible if you are terrified of vanishing. In his time, his ideas were seen as heresy. Many of his works were destroyed. His name was smeared. Later religious philosophers called him immoral, not because of how he lived, but because of what he denied. Yet his ideas survived. The Roman poet Lucretius wrote an epic poem on the nature of things that explained Epicurus's view of the universe. Atoms, void, no gods, no soul, just the movement of matter, governed by no cosmic purpose. Centuries later, during the Renaissance, Epicurus's vision quietly reemerged. Some scholars believe his ideas helped spark the scientific revolution by freeing the human mind from fear. But the emotional weight of his philosophy has not lessened, because the question remains, can you live without the promise of more? Can you live with the idea that this is it? That every kiss, every mistake, every beautiful moment will eventually dissolve? Can you love your life, knowing it ends? Epicurus thought you could, but only if you stop asking the universe to care about you. Only if you stop waiting for something beyond the horizon. Only if you stop fearing the silence and learn to live inside it. Descartes, you might be a thought. In 1619, a young soldier named René Descartes shut himself in a room in Germany, lit a stove to keep warm, and decided to doubt everything he had ever believed. He didn't do it out of rebellion. He did it out of fear. Descartes had been educated in the best schools. He knew Aristotle. He knew theology. He knew the natural science of the time. But he realized something terrifying. Most of what he believed, he had never questioned. It had been handed to him by teachers, priests, traditions, and what if it was wrong? So he made a decision that changed the course of philosophy. He would treat every belief as if it were false, until he could prove with absolute certainty that it wasn't. And very quickly, everything collapsed. He couldn't trust his senses. Eyes deceive. Dreams feel real. Optical illusions trick even the wisest people. What seems solid might be an illusion. He couldn't trust his body. He had felt pain in dreams. He had seen people lose limbs and still feel them. What if the body was just part of the illusion? He couldn't even trust mathematics, because what if an all-powerful being was deceiving him, making 2 and 2 feel like 4, while actually being something else? This wasn't a thought experiment, it was existential panic. He imagined a demon, infinitely powerful, infinitely cunning, whose only goal was to deceive him, to trap him in a false world, to make every sensation, every sound, every memory, every idea, part of a grand, perfect illusion. And then Descartes asked, "Is there anything I cannot doubt?" Only one thing remained. "I think, therefore I am. Cogito, ergo sum." Even if everything is a lie, there must be something, some I, that is being deceived. Even if the body is fake, the world is fake, the memories are fake, there must still be a thinking something. That was his foundation. But it came at a cost, because if Descartes is right, then everything else, your friends, your family, your childhood, your planet, your body, might be false. The only thing you can be absolutely sure of is that you are a mind, and that you are thinking. Everything else is an assumption. We live in a world where most people are terrified of being alone, but Descartes shows us a more terrifying kind of aloneness, the possibility that there is nothing else. No others, no world, just a single mind, trapped in its own awareness, trying to believe in a reality that might not be there. This is not a fringe idea. Descartes is the father of modern philosophy. Every thinker who came after him, Spinoza, Hume, Kant, had to deal with the world he cracked open. And today, his doubt has become ordinary. Movies like The Matrix, Inception, and The Truman Show are built on it. Simulated reality, brain-in-a-vat thought experiments, even some interpretations of quantum physics, all descend from Descartes' decision to start from zero. He didn't deny reality, but he exposed how fragile our grasp of it is. Even science, our most trusted path to truth, begins in the mind. The numbers, the tools, the measurements, the logic, all of it filtered through perception, memory, interpretation. Descartes wasn't trying to destroy knowledge, he wanted certainty, but in searching for it, he left behind a devastating question. What if you are not a body, or a self, or a person in the world, but a thought floating in a void? What if everything you know is a dream, and there is no waking up? In later works, Descartes tried to rebuild the world. He argued that God, being good, would not deceive him, that the senses, properly understood, could be trusted, that the external world probably exists. But the crack never fully closed. Because once you've doubted the ground beneath your feet, no comfort is absolute. We walk through life assuming reality is solid. But Descartes reminds us, even that is a belief, and if belief is all we have, then you might be alone, thinking, dreaming, imagining a life that never was, and you can't prove otherwise. Schopenhauer, will is endless torment. Existence is a mistake driven by pain. There's a man on a ship. He stares into the ocean, silent, watching waves slam into each other with no purpose. The passengers drink, play music, flirt, but he sees only decay. The sea won't stop. The wind won't care. No one on this boat realizes they're just waiting for something to break. That man is Arthur Schopenhauer, and to him, existence was a mistake. Born in 1788, Schopenhauer was a strange figure in philosophy. He dressed in black, walked alone, insulted nearly every philosopher alive, and kept a poodle he called Atman, the Sanskrit word for soul. He was fluent in Greek, Latin, French, English, and Sanskrit. And he believed that life, at its core, is nothing but endless suffering, driven by blind, irrational craving. What causes this suffering? Their will. Not your personal will, not intention or discipline, but something much deeper and more terrifying. Schopenhauer believed that underneath all things, humans, animals, trees, even gravity, is a dark, blind force he called the will. It's not conscious, it has no goals, it just wants, It surges forward endlessly, devouring, reproducing, striving, without reason or resolution. You eat, only to grow hungry again. You fall in love, only to lose. You succeed, only to want more. The will is never satisfied. Think about sex. Schopenhauer saw sexual desire not as romance, but as the will at its most monstrous, a biological trick that enslaves you to reproduction. You think you're chasing intimacy or love, but you're just meat executing the will's demand, create more life that will also suffer. To Schopenhauer, this isn't tragic, it's absurd. He wrote that if an evil demon wanted to invent the cruelest possible system, he would create life, a self-replicating chain of hunger, violence, decay, and need, with brief illusions of joy to keep the suffering going. He looked at nature and saw horror. A gazelle running from a lion, a fish eaten alive, a wasp laying its eggs inside a caterpillar so the larvae can feed on it while it still breathes. This isn't balance. This is torture on autopilot. And what about human beings? We're worse. We're aware of our suffering. We write poems about it. We invent gods to explain it. We build civilizations to distract from it. And still, deep down, every moment contains pain. If not physical, then psychological, boredom, regret, anxiety, shame, loneliness, all symptoms of a mind forced to keep living. Schopenhauer believed the most honest emotion was pessimism. He praised Buddhism and Hinduism because they didn't try to paint life as a gift. They understood, to live is to suffer. And the only real peace comes when we quiet the will, when we stop wanting, stop striving, stop multiplying pain. In his most extreme moments, Schopenhauer came dangerously close to saying what many readers feared: it would have been better never to have been born at all. Not because you're a bad person, but because existence itself is suffering. A wound opened for no reason, repeating forever. His critics said he was morbid, bitter, depressed. But Schopenhauer had a reply. The world is hell, and men are on the one hand the tormented souls, and on the other the devils. He wasn't trying to depress you. He was trying to wake you up. Søren Kierkegaard. Faith requires the absurd. A father takes his son on a trip. They walk side by side for hours. No words, just the sound of sand and sandals, wind and breath. The boy trusts his father completely, and then, without warning, the father ties the boy up, builds an altar, raises a knife, and prepares to kill him. This isn't fiction. It's the story of Abraham. And it's the story Søren Kierkegaard used to ask one of the most terrifying questions in all of philosophy. What does it mean to have faith? Kierkegaard was born in Denmark in 1813, a melancholy man with a spine deformity, an obsessive father, and a mind on fire. He broke off his engagement, walked the streets alone, wrote under strange pseudonyms, and died young. He never wanted to be popular. He wanted to expose something raw and forgotten at the core of human life, the anguish of existing. For Kierkegaard, the biggest lie in modern religion wasn't doubt. It was comfort. Church had become performance, faith had become routine, and belief had become safe. But faith, real faith, should terrify you. And Abraham was his example. In Kierkegaard's view, when Abraham raised the knife over Isaac, he wasn't being rewarded for obedience. He was entering the absurd. The rational thing to do would be to stop. The ethical thing would be to refuse. The loving thing would be to protect. But Abraham went beyond ethics, beyond understanding, beyond sanity, because he believed something impossible, that somehow God would not let it end this way. That's what Kierkegaard called the leap of faith. It's not belief because of evidence, it's belief despite evidence. It's trusting in something higher than reason, and walking straight into contradiction. To make the leap, Kierkegaard said, you must first pass through despair. You realize that logic can't save you, that ethics might collapse, that life has no guarantee of meaning. And in that moment of inward collapse, you either fall into nihilism or make the leap. But this leap doesn't make you heroic. It isolates you. Abraham can't explain his choice. he can't justify it to anyone. In fact, Kierkegaard says, if you can explain your faith, it isn't faith, it's calculation. Faith isn't an equation, it's standing on the edge of a cliff, in the dark, and stepping forward with no ground beneath you. That's why Kierkegaard called Abraham a knight of faith, someone who walks through absurdity without flinching. But this wasn't just about religion. Kierkegaard's entire philosophy is about the individual facing the void. He rejected systems like Hegel's that tried to smooth over contradictions with logic. He believed those systems erased the personal struggle, the fear, the trembling, the silence of being alone with your own existence. Because in the end, no one can live your life for you. So make the leap. You take the loss. You bear the silence. Kierkegaard's message is brutal. Truth isn't something you read, it's something you suffer. And if you're not suffering, you're probably not being honest. Friedrich Nietzsche. You are still Christian, even as an atheist. You say you don't believe in God. You say you've escaped religion. No heaven, no sin, no commandments. You've moved on. Nietzsche would laugh in your face, because in his eyes you're still Christian. Even if you think you're not, Friedrich Nietzsche was one of the most explosive thinkers in history. Born in 1844, to a line of Lutheran ministers, he trained in theology before turning hard against it. By his 20s, he was a professor of classical philology. By his 30s, he'd abandoned academia, and by his 40s, he'd lost his mind entirely. But in the years before his collapse, Nietzsche wrote some of the most brutal and prophetic pages in modern philosophy. He's famous for saying God is dead. But that wasn't a celebration. It was a warning. To Nietzsche, modern Europe had killed God, not with science, but with indifference. People still talked about morality and meaning, but the metaphysical foundation was gone, and nobody had the courage to face what that really meant. Here's the disturbing part. Even when people stopped going to church, they kept the values. They still believed in compassion, selflessness, equality, humility, guilt, sacrifice, all Christian virtues. But they now claimed these were rational or universal moral truths. Nietzsche called this bluff. He argued that these values were not rational or universal. They were cultural artifacts, the legacy of a slave morality, invented by the weak to undermine the strong. In ancient times, power was respected. Pride, conquest, excellence, these were the virtues of the noble. But Christianity flipped the script. Suddenly, the weak were blessed. The meek were elevated. Suffering became sacred. Power became suspicious. This, Nietzsche believed, was a revolt of the weak against the strong, a spiritual revenge, and even after people stopped believing in Jesus, they still acted like his followers. Modern atheists, humanists, even progressives, Nietzsche saw them all as secular Christians in denial. They talked about human rights, equality, and moral progress. But to him, this was just Christianity with the serial number filed off. You might think you're free. But if you still believe in universal morality, if you still think self-sacrifice is noble, if you still feel guilty for your pleasure, your power, your ambition, then Nietzsche says, you haven't killed God, you've just made him invisible. He's in your ethics, your politics, your psychology, even your language. And until you strip those layers off, until you rebuild values from the ground up, you're not free. You're just a ghost in a dead religion. Sigmund Freud. You are not in control of yourself. You're sitting alone, scrolling your phone. You pass a news story about war, then a funny meme, then someone's baby photos. You feel nothing. Or maybe you feel something, but you don't know why. You open another app. You start typing a message. You delete it. You're not even sure what you're doing anymore. Freud would tell you, that's because you're not the one doing it. Sigmund Freud was born in 1856 in what's now the Czech Republic. He studied medicine, became a neurologist, and accidentally opened the door to the most terrifying idea in psychology. Your conscious mind is just a mask. He didn't invent the idea of the unconscious, but he gave it teeth. To Freud, your rational thoughts, your self-image, your sense of who you are, all of that is a fragile surface. Beneath it churns a violent, repressed, instinctual force. It wants sex, it wants power, it wants safety, and it does not care what's appropriate. He called it the ID, the primal drive. You, the person who thinks you're in control. You're the ego, the middleman, constantly negotiating between the ID and something else. The superego, the voice of society, morality, guilt. So imagine this. You're at a dinner party. Your ID wants to stand on the table and scream. Your superego wants to be admired for your elegance and restraint. Your ego is the one sipping wine, smiling, pretending everything's fine, while a war is happening inside your head. But here's the catch. You're not aware of the war. That's what Freud found so disturbing. Most of the time, your ego doesn't know why it does what it does. It just rationalizes after the fact. You lash out at your partner, but tell yourself it's because they were too sensitive. You sabotage a job interview, and decide later it wasn't the right fit anyway. Freud called these leaks from the unconscious slips, dreams, neuroses, but they all pointed to the same truth. You are not the master of your own house. Your childhood traumas, your repressed desires, your internalized rules, these things drive your behavior far more than your conscious plans. He even said, the ego is not even master in its own house. Think about that. The thing you call you is more like a spokesperson, explaining, justifying, covering up, while the real decisions happen backstage. And then there's repression. You're told to move on, to stay strong, to be appropriate, so you bury pain. You pretend things don't hurt, but buried emotions don't disappear. They mutate. They become anxiety, obsession, chronic fatigue. Freud believed that every symptom was a disguised truth, a coded message from the unconscious. The mind doesn't forget. It hides. And the more you repress, the more you risk breakdown. Freud treated hysterics who had no physical injury, but suffered paralysis, or amnesia, or uncontrollable fear. And in nearly every case, he found a story, a wound that had been shoved out of consciousness. So here's Freud's darkest idea. You think you are in control. You think your values, your beliefs, your decisions are yours. They're not. They're products of repression, desire, fear, trauma, biology, culture. You are haunted by things you don't even remember. And if you want to be free, first, you have to admit you're possessed. Peter Singer, you're letting people die for comfort. Imagine this. You're walking through a park. Early morning, fog rising, birds chirping. Then you see it, a child drowning in a shallow pond, flailing, panicking. There's no one else around. You could save them easily. Just wade in. But you're wearing expensive shoes, a suit. You've got somewhere to be. The water's muddy. You hesitate. What would you do? Almost everyone says, of course I'd save the child. The shoes don't matter. You'd ruin your clothes. You'd be late. You'd do it without thinking. Peter Singer then asks a question that ruins your comfort permanently. Why don't you feel the same urgency for children dying right now, from preventable causes, simply because they're not in front of you? Singer is a utilitarian philosopher. He's not trying to shame you, he's trying to apply logic to ethics, and the results are brutal. If it's wrong to let a child drown because you don't want to ruin your $300 shoes, then it's just as wrong to spend $300 on anything unnecessary, when that same money could have saved a real child's life through malaria prevention, clean water, or basic medicine. But here's the terrifying part. You already know that. You know the world is full of suffering. You know which charities are effective. You've heard the stats. You could give, but you don't, because there's no moment of crisis. No pond, no screaming child, just distance, screens, abstraction. Singer's argument exposes something disturbing about modern morality. We are wired to care about proximity, not consequence. We cry over a puppy in a local shelter, but scroll past 5,000 faceless deaths in a flood. We say every life is equal, but our actions, our spending, say otherwise. Singer says this isn't just a small inconsistency, it's a moral catastrophe. Because once you accept the basic utilitarian principle that suffering is bad and should be reduced wherever possible, you're forced to reckon with an uncomfortable truth. You are letting people die every day because your comfort feels more urgent than their survival. And don't look for a loophole. Singer's already closed them all. I already give a little. Great. Could you give more? I worked hard for my money. Sure. But did the child who dies from dirty water earn their fate? I'm just one person. I can't fix the whole system. True. But you could save someone. Singer's philosophy doesn't offer the usual escape hatch, the one where you feel bad, but move on. He makes the moral equation as stark and unsentimental as possible. And here's what it adds up to. If you're spending on luxury while others die from poverty, not only are you complicit, you are the one choosing their death. Not because you're evil, but because your morality evolved for small tribes, not global networks. Your instincts care about crying faces, not spreadsheets. Your ethics haven't caught up with your power. And in Singer's view, that mismatch is killing people. So he gives you no comfort, no redemption arc, just a question. Would you wade into the pond if the child was far away and your shoes were dry? Because that's the world we live in. And it's not theoretical, it's happening, right now. Thomas Hobbes, everyone will kill you. Imagine waking up tomorrow and finding out the police have stopped working. No laws, no courts, no one to stop your neighbor from taking what you have. No one to stop you from doing the same to them. How long before things fall apart? Thomas Hobbes asked that question in the 1600s, and he didn't offer hope. He didn't believe in the goodness of man. He believed that beneath the surface of civilization, beneath the suits, the laws, the church bells, humans were animals in a constant fight for survival. And if you strip away the government, if you remove the fear of punishment, you don't get peace, you get war. A war of all against all. That's Hobbes's most disturbing idea, that without control, without absolute authority, everyone becomes a potential murderer. He called this hypothetical state the state of nature, a condition where there are no laws, no rulers, no social contracts, just individuals, all with the right to do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whomever they want. And in that world, Hobbes said, life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. He wasn't exaggerating. Look at history. Rwanda in 1994. 1 million people butchered in 100 days. Neighbors turned on neighbors with machetes. Not because they suddenly became evil, but because the thin thread of order snapped, or the Balkans in the 1990s. Or the collapse of Liberia, or the final days of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, where even rumors of the police disappearing triggered panic, looting, and gunfire. Hobbes believed this chaos is always just beneath the surface. We think we're moral because we behave, but we behave because we're afraid. Afraid of being caught, punished, outnumbered. But take away the fear, and what's left? So Hobbes said we need something stronger than individual conscience. We need a Leviathan, his word for an all-powerful state, a ruler or government with the absolute authority to enforce peace, crush rebellion, and punish violence with overwhelming force. You don't get to vote in the Leviathan. You don't get to opt out. You obey, or you die. That sounds tyrannical, and Hobbes didn't deny it. But in his view, tyranny is better than chaos, because at least tyranny keeps you alive. He wrote during the English Civil War, a time when heads were chopped off in the name of liberty, and rival armies claimed God was on their side while burning cities to the ground. Hobbes saw what happens when people start thinking they can govern themselves. He didn't trust freedom. He trusted fear. And this is where his idea becomes horrifying. Hobbes would look at modern democracies, with their protests, their online rage, their distrust of authority, and he'd see a warning sign. He'd say, you people don't know how close you are to collapse. He believed that once the fear of the state weakens, the instincts return. people start arming themselves, spreading paranoia, justifying preemptive violence. Because if you think your neighbor might kill you, the safest move is to kill first. In that world, being moral makes you vulnerable, and being cruel makes you survive. Hobbes wasn't celebrating this. He was terrified of it. He thought humans were dangerous animals pretending to be citizens, and without a leash, they bite. So he gave us one of the bleakest visions of human nature ever written. One where trust is a luxury, justice is a myth, and freedom without control leads straight to blood in the streets. It's not a hopeful theory, but it explains a lot about history, and maybe even more about tomorrow. Donna Haraway. You are already a cyborg. In 1985, a feminist scholar named Donna Haraway sat down to write a paper. But what came out wasn't a paper. It was a manifesto, and it opened with this sentence: "A cyborg is a cybernetic organism, a hybrid of machine and organism, a creature of social reality, as well as a creature of fiction." But Haraway wasn't talking about RoboCop. She was talking about you, not in the future, not in some sci-fi dystopia. Right now, you're already a cyborg. You sleep with your phone within arm's reach. You rely on GPS to know where you are. You swipe, tap, type, post, scan. You offload memory to devices. You track your body with apps. You use algorithms to decide who to date, what to eat, when to rest. You think of yourself as human. But Haraway says you are already fused with the machine. But here's the disturbing part. We still pretend we're not. We still tell stories where the human and the machine are enemies, where nature is pure, where technology is artificial, where the goal is to return to what's real. That fantasy, Haraway argued, is a trap. It blinds us to the reality we're living in and to the power structures hiding behind those myths. She called this fantasy the myth of the origin. The idea that there was once a pure natural self, untouched by machines, untainted by society, that we could somehow recover. But that self never existed. From the beginning, we've been hybrids, not just of biology and tech, but of culture and code, flesh and language, nature and power. Haraway saw how every category we believe in, male, female, human, animal, nature, sculpture, is shaped by ideology. These binaries aren't natural, they're built and they're policed. And the cyborg, it threatens to dissolve them, because the cyborg doesn't care about borders. It doesn't respect categories. It refuses to fit into boxes, including the one labeled woman. Haraway's Cyborg Manifesto was a direct assault on the kind of feminism that assumed all women shared a common identity or history. She argued that this kind of thinking left out women of color, queer women, disabled women, and anyone who didn't fit the mold. Instead of searching for a perfect unified identity, she asked, what if we embraced contradiction? What if we became monsters, deliberate hybrids, who resist every system that tries to define us? The cyborg is not a fantasy of power. It's a strategy for survival. It admits we're made of contradictions, that we're wired into systems of oppression, capitalism, medicine, law, language, and that there's no clean way out. But instead of pretending to be whole, the cyborg fights back from within the system. It uses the tools of control, tech, data, language, to subvert, resist, rewire. Think of the protester live streaming police brutality, the disabled activist hacking medical devices, the trans artist using filters and avatars to become more themselves. These are cyborg actions. They aren't trying to return to nature. They're rewriting what it means to be human. And Haraway's warning is this: the more you cling to purity, to the illusion of a fixed natural self, the more vulnerable you are to control. Because systems love purity, they know how to sort it, reward it, punish it. But when you become something uncategorizable, a hybrid, a glitch, a cyborg, the system doesn't know what to do with you. That's where freedom lives. Not in going backward, but in becoming something the machine can't predict. And you've already started. You're reading this through a screen. Maybe on a phone, maybe in bed, maybe you paused a YouTube video. Maybe you're about to post a comment. You are not outside the system. You are a cyborg. The only question is who's writing your code. Marcus Aurelius. The universe does not care whether you exist or not. Marcus Aurelius was the most powerful man on earth, and he spent most of his life preparing to die. He was emperor of Rome at the height of its reach. He commanded armies, controlled continents, had access to every luxury known to his world. Yet he wrote, almost every night, in a private notebook, not about conquest, not about glory, but about fear, about failure, about the fragility of life. That notebook was never meant to be published, but it survived. Today we call it Meditations, one of the most profound and unsettling works of philosophy ever written by someone in power. In it, Marcus returns to one idea. Over and over you are small, and the universe is indifferent. He writes, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, and say and think. Marcus was a Stoic. Stoicism wasn't about suppressing emotion. It was about understanding what you can control and what you cannot. The Stoics believed the universe is governed by reason, by logos, but not by intention. There is no divine plan shaped for you, no cosmic justice, no guarantees. The universe will not adjust itself to your desires. It will not reward you for being good. It will not punish you for being kind. It moves according to its own logic. Stars explode, children die, wars break out, not because of sin, not because of fate, but because that is the nature of things. To the Stoics, what happens to you is not up to you, but how you respond to it is. That's where Marcus begins. Not with the illusion that everything will be okay, but with the clear recognition that it might not be, and you must live anyway. He was not writing from a place of ease. During his reign, he faced almost constant war. His armies fought along the empire's northern borders for years. He lost many of his children. He ruled through plague and famine, and he did not turn to prayer or superstition. He turned inward and asked, what is within my control? His answer, your reason, your choices, your ability to act in accordance with nature. Not the outer nature of storms and disease, but your inner nature as a rational being. If someone insults you, you don't control their words, but you control your reaction. If you lose your health, you don't control the illness, but you control whether you meet it with despair or courage. If you die, and you will, you don't control the timing, but you control whether you face it in panic or peace. This sounds noble, but beneath it lies a disturbing truth. The universe does not care whether you live or die. Not because it's cruel, because it's indifferent. You are not the center of anything. Your joys and sufferings do not ripple outward into cosmic significance. You are a brief expression of matter and form, a collection of atoms arranged for a short time into something conscious and then disassembled. Marcus writes, consider the infinity of past and future time and the tiny space you occupy in it. He compares human life to a breath of wind, a momentary swirl, then gone. To many, this is nihilism, but to Marcus it was clarity. If life is brief, then stop wasting it. If you cannot control fortune, then stop chasing it. If you will die soon, then focus only on what is essential. You were not put here for comfort. You were not promised safety. You are a rational being, capable of integrity, discipline, and reflection, and that is enough. He repeats this in different forms throughout Meditations. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. You are a little soul carrying around a corpse. Death smiles at us all. All we can do is smile back. Marcus knew that most people avoid thinking about death until it's too late. They spend decades chasing admiration, avoiding discomfort, filling their lives with distractions, and then, when the end comes, they panic, or deny it, or beg for more time. The Stoic prepares for death every day, not in despair, but in discipline, not to escape life, but to live it fully. Without illusion, you are going to die. That is certain. The universe will not notice. That is also certain. The only real question is whether, in the time you're given, you choose to live like a coward or like a philosopher. Spinoza. You were never free. Baruch Spinoza didn't believe in free will. Not in the way most people understand it. Not in the way that lets you believe you're the author of your choices, the master of your fate, the little god behind your own eyes pulling the levers of your life. To Spinoza, that was an illusion, a comforting hallucination, something the ego tells itself to avoid collapse. He said it plainly, men are deceived in thinking themselves free. Why? Because everything follows from necessity. You're not free because everything you are is determined by what came before you. Your genes, your upbringing, your memories, your moods, your education, your traumas, the food you ate last night, the temperature of the room, the tone of this sentence, all of it pushes and pulls on you. You think you chose to become a lawyer. Spinoza would say, no, you were pushed into that shape. You think you decided to love this person or that food or that belief system. He'd say, no, your mind was conditioned to find those things attractive in the exact conditions that made it inevitable. We're not free, we're caused. Spinoza was born in Amsterdam in 1632 into a Portuguese Jewish family fleeing persecution. But even inside a tolerant community, his philosophy was too much. He was excommunicated at the age of 23, not for sinning, but for thinking too much. He believed God wasn't a person. God was nature itself, a single, infinite substance. The laws of physics, logic, geometry, thought, all were part of this divine fabric. So everything that happens, happens necessarily. And that includes you. The way you laughed at age 6, the fear you felt in middle school, the job you took out of guilt, the partner you chose out of longing, or insecurity, or momentum, all of it unfolds like gears in a machine, or more precisely, like points in a mathematical equation. Spinoza thought the whole universe was rational, but not in the way humans are. It doesn't choose. It doesn't hope. It simply is. And so are you. He once said, the infant believes he freely desires milk. The angry child believes he freely wants revenge. The drunk believes he freely wants to speak. But they're all mistaken. They're just following the script. A script they didn't write. Now here's the most disturbing part. Spinoza thought that realizing you're not free is the path to peace. Because once you stop pretending, once you stop blaming yourself for what you couldn't control, or others for being the way they had to be, you might finally understand, not approve. Not excuse, but understand. A man slaps his wife. A woman abandons her child. A nation invades another. Spinoza would ask, what were the causes? What made this inevitable? What sadness, what fear, what irrational chain of events led them to act like this? He wasn't just doing this for cold analysis. He believed that if we understood the causes and understood our own, we might stop hating so much, stop blaming, and start living with more clarity. But this view also empties out much of what people hold dear. Heroism, just necessity dressed up in a story. Evil, just ignorance plus momentum. Justice, just rearranged inevitabilities. To Spinoza, freedom didn't mean doing what you want. It meant understanding why you want it and realizing that your wanting was never really yours to begin with. That's not how most people define freedom. But Spinoza thought it was the only kind that actually existed. Everything else, the speeches, the slogans, the belief that you could have done otherwise, is just a shadow, a distraction from the quiet truth. You are not free. You are caused. And until you face that, everything you do is just one more effect in the long chain of necessity, one more echo in the geometry of the universe. Hume, causality, identity, even the self, all are illusions of habit. David Hume was a cheerful man with devastating ideas. He didn't want to burn the world down. But that's exactly what he did to philosophy. He started with a simple question. What do we actually know? Not what we believe. Not what we assume. What do we truly, unquestionably know? And when he was done, there was almost nothing left standing. Not even you. Let's start with something basic. You strike a match, and it catches fire. You do it again. It catches fire again. You start to believe something deeper. Striking the match causes fire. Hume says, wait, did you see the cause? Or did you just see one thing happen, and then another? Maybe there is no cause. Maybe there's just sequence. Pattern. One thing after another. And your brain, desperate for order, stitches them together and calls it law. That's Hume's first terrifying claim. Causality is not something we observe, it's something we project. You don't see causes, you see events, and you assume a connection because you've seen the same pattern enough times. It's not logic, it's habit. Like a dog, flinching before the leash moves. You've been trained. This changes everything. Science, law, ethics, all of it depends on cause and effect. But Hume says, you never see cause. You just get used to one thing following another. Your brain invents a glue that isn't really there. Now it gets worse. Let's talk about the self. You think you're a stable person, that there's a you that persists over time. A soul, a core, an identity that watches, remembers, decides. But Hume went looking for that self. He sat quietly with his thoughts, observing everything in his mind. A memory here, a pain there, a fleeting desire, a fragment of anger, a bit of anticipation, one by one, like images flashing across a screen. But what he didn't find was a self. There was no central observer, just a stream of impressions. So he said, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception. I never catch myself. There is no self, just a bundle of perceptions. You're not a thing. You're a process, a flickering slideshow held together by habit and narrative. You think, I am the same person I was yesterday. Hume would say, that's a trick your mind plays. There is no enduring self, just a chain of experiences and the story your memory tells to tie them together. And identity. It's even shakier. What makes a person the same over time? Is it their body, their memories, their values? If you replace your memories one by one, or swap your beliefs, or even wake up with different preferences, how much can change before you're someone else? Hume didn't have an answer, he just tore down the question. Now imagine what this does to ethics, to love, to grief. You mourn someone who died, but who was that person? A bundle of impressions that's now gone. You fight with your partner. You say, you've changed. Hume says, of course they changed. That's all people do. There was never a fix them to begin with. And you? Gee, Ficken. You. The watching this video. You're just this moment's arrangement of flickering impressions. There is no deeper you. There never was. Hume didn't say this to depress you. He thought it was liberating. If the self is an illusion, maybe we can be less attached to our ego, less panicked about death, more accepting of change. But it also means this. There's no foundation underneath you, no soul to appeal to, no causality to guarantee anything, no identity to return to, just habits of mind, tricks of perception, and a human brain doing its best to find patterns in the noise. Everything that feels stable is just a useful hallucination. Immanuel Kant, reality is forever out of reach. In 1781, a man named Immanuel Kant published a book that changed the structure of modern thought. It was called Critique of Pure Reason, and it asked a question that most people never think to ask. What exactly are you experiencing when you experience the world? Not in terms of what you see, a chair, a tree, a friend's face, but how you see it at all. Kant believed that philosophers before him had made a crucial mistake. They assumed that knowledge was about matching your ideas to the world, like taking a mental photograph. But what if your mind doesn't just record reality? What if your mind builds it? Before Kant, it was assumed that our senses bring us information from the outside world, raw data, and the mind passively receives it. Kant flipped the model. He argued that the mind is not passive. It is active. It shapes structures and organizes everything you see, automatically and without your awareness. You don't experience reality directly. You experience appearances, filtered, shaped, and constrained by the way your mind is built. Kant called these appearances phenomena. The world as it appears to us. Behind the phenomena, he said, is something else. The world as it is in itself. He called that noumena. But here's the disturbing part. You can never access it. You are locked in your own cognitive structure. You don't see space and time. You see objects in space and time. Because space and time are not out there. They are forms of perception. Your mind imposes them on the data of experience. Think of it like a lens. You don't see the lens, but everything you see is seen through it, and you can never take it off. Kant believed the mind has built-in categories like causality, quantity, identity that automatically organize perception. You don't choose to see the world in terms of cause and effect. Your mind does that for you. But that means you don't know whether the world itself is governed by causality, only that it appears that way to you. This means that science, which studies appearances, is reliable within its domain. But it cannot reach beyond. It can't tell you what reality is in itself. It can only tell you how reality behaves for us. Kant didn't deny science. He defended it, but he also set strict limits. He argued that pure reason cannot tell you about God, the soul, or the origin of the universe, because these are not things you can experience. And without experience, reason has no grounding. The result is a paradox. The world you live in, the one you trust, may not be the real world at all. It is a constructed world shaped by your biology, your categories, your perspective, and yet you cannot step outside of it to compare. You are like a fish trying to study water without ever having left it. This idea shattered centuries of metaphysics, and it left a disturbing implication. Even your most certain knowledge may be about a shadow. A version of the world that fits your mind, not the world as it truly is. Think of optical illusions. The colors on a checkerboard. The spinning dancer. The dress that's blue and black. Or white and gold. You and another person can look at the same object and see two different things. And both of you are telling the truth from inside your lens. Kant took that insight and applied it to everything. This was not relativism. He wasn't saying everything is subjective. He believed in objective knowledge. But that objectivity is always from inside the human framework. Even something as basic as time may not exist independently. It may be a feature of how we perceive events, not something that exists out there. And if that's true, then what is out there? Kant said, we'll never know. The world in itself, the noumenal world, is permanently beyond our grasp. We can reason about it, imagine it, speculate, but we cannot experience it directly. And without experience, there can be no certainty. So what can you be sure of? Not the universe, not the soul, not the divine, only this, that whatever the world is, you are not seeing it directly. You are seeing a translation, one shaped entirely by the way your mind works. You may live your entire life inside a carefully constructed hallucination, and you can never leave it. Zeno of Elea. Motion is an illusion. Zeno of Elea didn't have much to say, but what he said was enough to disturb thinkers for over 2,000 years. He was born around 490 BCE in southern Italy, in a small Greek colony. He wasn't a mystic or a priest. He was a logician, a student of Parmenides, and a defender of one of the most unsettling claims in ancient philosophy. That change, motion, and plurality are illusions. You think things move, that people grow old, that you travel from one place to another. Zeno believed that's all a mistake. Not because you're stupid, but because your mind has been deceived by your senses. And to prove this, he didn't shout. He didn't preach. He invented paradoxes, carefully constructed thought experiments designed to trap you in your own logic. The most famous is called Achilles and the tortoise. Imagine a race between Achilles, the fastest man alive, and a tortoise. To make it fair, the tortoise gets a head start. When the race begins, Achilles runs to the point where the tortoise started. But by the time he gets there, the tortoise has moved a little farther ahead. So Achilles runs to that new point, but the tortoise has moved again. No matter how fast Achilles runs, he must first reach the point where the tortoise previously was, and in the time it takes him to get there, the tortoise will have moved forward again. And so, step by step, moment by moment, Achilles is always closing the gap, but never reaching the tortoise. It sounds absurd. You know Achilles would win. You've seen people overtake each other a million times. But Zeno's point isn't about the race. It's about the logic. If space and time are made of infinite points, and to move through space, you have to pass through each point, then motion requires completing an infinite number of tasks in a finite amount of time, and that logically is impossible. Another version is the arrow paradox. Imagine an arrow in flight. At any single instant, the arrow is not moving. It's frozen in space. But time, Zeno argued, is just a series of instants. If the arrow is motionless at every instant, how can it ever be moving? You can't locate motion in any one frame. So where is it? Zeno's paradoxes were not mistakes. They were precise tools. He was defending the worldview of his teacher, Parmenides, who claimed that reality is unchanging, eternal, and singular, that all change is appearance, that multiplicity is illusion, that becoming is a lie. Zeno didn't just repeat this, he made you feel it, through puzzles that twist your intuition into knots. And here's what makes them so disturbing. Even after 2,000 years of mathematics and physics, Zeno's paradoxes are still discussed. They've been answered, sort of. Calculus explains how infinite series can converge. Modern physics adds quantum uncertainty and relativistic time. But even with these tools, Zeno's point holds. Our everyday understanding of motion is wrong. Movement isn't what it feels like. Reality isn't what it looks like. You see a car driving past. But what is actually happening? Photons hit your eyes. Your brain stitches together a moving image from still frames. Your memory creates continuity. Your concepts label it car and motion. But underneath it all is a system of logic and matter that behaves nothing like your experience. Zeno's paradoxes reveal the gap between what is and what seems. And that gap has never closed. It shows up in modern physics, quantum entanglement, wave-particle duality, the measurement problem, realities that defy your intuition. It shows up in your daily life, the way your mind invents cause and effect, assigns identity, tells itself that a child is the same person across years of cellular replacement and psychological change. Zeno's real claim is this: just because something feels real doesn't mean it is. And just because something makes sense in experience doesn't mean it survives scrutiny. He wanted to break your trust in common sense, in movement, in time, in the idea that things are what they seem to be. Because once you realize your senses can't be trusted, what do you trust? Nothing you see is simple. Nothing you know is obvious. Even the act of walking across a room is a mystery wrapped in contradiction. You say you've moved, but Zeno would ask, from where? Exactly. Through what? Over how many points? At what instant were you ever in motion? He wouldn't argue, he'd just smile and let the logic dismantle you. Seneca. The best people die early. Seneca was one of the most respected thinkers in ancient Rome, and one of the richest, most powerful, and most miserable. He was a Stoic philosopher, but he was also the tutor to Emperor Nero, the very same Nero who would later have him killed. Seneca believed that a good life has nothing to do with outcomes, not with status, not with health, not even with survival. He taught that virtue is its own reward, and that a wise person can remain unshaken in the face of loss, betrayal, exile, or death. And that sounds noble until you realize just how much he tested that theory. He lived through plague. He was exiled by one emperor, brought back by another, forced to advise a boy who would grow into one of history's most unstable tyrants. He watched his friends fall, He saw his name slandered, and in the end, he was ordered to take his own life. Accused of a plot he probably had nothing to do with, and he obeyed. He opened his veins in the bath, in the Roman tradition of forced suicide. His death was slow. The blood ran too slowly, so he swallowed poison. That didn't work either. His body resisted. Eventually, he was suffocated. The philosopher who had written about tranquility, about not fearing death, died in agony. And here's the disturbing thing. Seneca saw all of it coming. He had written years earlier that the best people often suffer the most, not as punishment, not as injustice, but because the universe does not protect virtue. In one of his letters he wrote, "Why do good people suffer misfortune? Because it is the only way they prove they are good." He compared the wise person to a boxer. You don't test a fighter by keeping them safe. You throw them into the ring. You hit them. You push them to the limit. That's how strength is revealed. To Seneca, suffering was not a sign of failure. It was a proving ground. This is Stoicism at its most brutal. The idea that fate is indifferent and only your response matters. If you are exiled, be calm. If you are tortured, endure. If you lose your wealth, adapt. If you are dying, accept it with dignity. But Seneca didn't teach this from comfort. He lived it. He was born into privilege. But Stoicism demands the opposite. It teaches detachment from external things, wealth, power, reputation. He tried to live simply. He practiced poverty. He rehearsed misfortune. And yet he remained entangled in Roman politics, navigating the impossible task of staying alive under a tyrant without becoming corrupt. Many people think Seneca was a hypocrite. He preached virtue while serving a murderous emperor. He spoke of detachment while amassing a fortune, but that's what makes him interesting. He wasn't pure. He was trying. He was torn between philosophy and survival, idealism and compromise. And in that tension, we see something real. Because most of us aren't philosophers in isolation. We are caught in systems, obligations, fears. We know what we should do, but we also know what it might cost us. Seneca believed the cost didn't matter. He taught that you are not your circumstances. You are not your job, your reputation, your fortune, or your suffering. You are your reason, your character, your choices. And those remain under your control, even when everything else is taken from you. The Stoics had a concept called amor fati, love of fate. The idea that you don't just tolerate what happens to you. You embrace it, even the worst of it, even the loss, even the humiliation, even death. Because the universe does not answer to your preferences. And if you wait for justice, or fairness, or meaning from the outside, you will be disappointed. The only place where meaning can live is inside you, in how you meet what the world gives you. And sometimes what it gives you is cruel. Seneca died as a traitor to the state, stripped of titles, surrounded by suspicion. But in his writing, he had already made peace with that. If you wish to be loved, he wrote, love. If you wish to be free, despise not death. And if you wish to be remembered, live according to reason, not popularity. Because in the end, you can be as virtuous as possible and still bleed out in a tub. Confucius, harmony requires submission. Confucius is often remembered as a wise old teacher, calmly speaking in riddles. In the West, he's reduced to jokes and fortune cookies. In the East, he's seen as a sage of peace and morality. But very few people recognize the real core of his philosophy or how deeply disturbing it can be. He lived in ancient China during one of its most chaotic periods. The Zhou dynasty was collapsing. Nobles were fighting each other. Cities were burning. Xians were turning on fathers. Soldiers were turning on kings. In the face of all this breakdown, Confucius wasn't looking for freedom. He was looking for order. And his solution wasn't revolution. It wasn't democracy. It was submission to tradition, to hierarchy, and to your role in society. He believed that every person has a specific place in the social structure. Father above son, husband above wife, ruler above subject, teacher above student, older sibling above younger. In each case one leads, the other follows. Confucius wasn't interested in individual freedom. He believed that people flourish when they fulfill their duties, not when they chase their desires. One of his central ideas was Li, which translates loosely to ritual, etiquette, or propriety. But Li isn't just about bowing in temples. It's how you greet people, how you mourn, how you walk, speak, serve tea, show respect, or even express grief. In Confucian societies, a child may kneel to serve wine to a parent without eye contact. A widow might live in mourning clothes for the rest of her life. If your father dies, you're expected to wear plain robes, abstain from meat and sex, and observe strict rituals for 3 years, not because of your personal grief, but because that is your duty. Confucius believed that personal emotion must be regulated by role. Imagine you disagree with your father. He's cruel, irrational, or simply wrong. You're still expected to obey, because he's your father. The role comes first, reason comes second. In Confucius's world, even politics is a family model. The ruler is like a father. The people are like children. And just as a child should never rebel against a parent, a subject should never rise up against a ruler, no matter how unjust. If a ruler is cruel, the Confucian solution is not revolution. It's quiet correction through example or withdrawal, never confrontation. This made Confucianism very appealing to emperors. It gave them divine legitimacy and a ready-made moral framework for obedience. For centuries, China's emperors used Confucian texts to justify their absolute authority. Civil service exams were based on memorizing Confucian classics. If you wanted to work in government, you had to prove your moral refinement through his values, and those values were often rigid. A woman's virtue was measured by obedience to her father, then her husband, and then, if widowed, to her son. A famous Confucian parable tells of a widow who refuses to remarry, choosing instead to starve herself out of loyalty to her deceased husband. She is praised as a moral exemplar. Another story tells of a son whose father murdered someone. The son is expected to protect his father from the law. Why? Because filial piety comes before justice. In these stories, virtue is not about what's fair, it's about what preserves the hierarchy. Now imagine living in that world. Your father is violent, but you must honor him. Your teacher is wrong, but you must praise him. Your government is corrupt, but you must obey. Your identity is fixed before you're born, and your highest moral calling is to fulfill a role you didn't choose. And what if you refuse? Then you are the problem. You are disrupting harmony. Because for Confucius, the greatest moral value is not freedom, or truth, or justice, it's stability. In his eyes, moral decay begins when people stop knowing their place, when a child challenges a parent, when a wife talks back, when a servant complains, when people act as individuals instead of parts in a system. And here's the paradox. Confucianism built one of the most durable civilizations in history. It gave China structure, discipline, continuity. Families stayed connected across generations. Education flourished. Social mobility was real. If you memorized the classics and followed the rules. But at what cost? At the cost of personal freedom. At the cost of questioning authority. At the cost of individuality. Even today, echoes of Confucian thought shape cultures across East Asia, in how people bow, speak, defer, and conform. In how students sit silently, while teachers lecture, in how governments demand respect, not negotiation, in how shame, not law, enforces behavior. Confucius didn't set out to crush freedom. He wanted a moral society, but his answer to chaos was not liberty. It was obedience. Lozi. The more you act, the more you destroy. A government official was once tasked with recording the empire's knowledge. Scrolls piled to the ceiling. Rules, histories, laws, treaties, punishments. The state had a document for everything. When to plant crops, how to discipline children, how to mourn your parents, how to wage war. One day, the official heard of a man in the western wilderness, an old archivist who had quit his post and vanished. They said he'd walked away from civilization entirely, mounted a water buffalo and rode into the mountains. The official found him days later, alone at a border gate. The man was preparing to leave the known world forever. No servants, no horse, just a blank stare and a pack of dried roots. The official begged him, "Before you vanish, leave behind your wisdom." The old man agreed. In a single sitting, he wrote 5,000 characters. Then he left. That man was Laozi. His book became the Dado De Jing, the foundation of Dadoist philosophy. He's said to have lived in the 6th century BCE, around the same time as Confucius. But unlike Confucius, who wanted more structure, Laozi wanted less planning, less intervention, less control. His most famous book, the Tao Te Ching, opens with a warning: the way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. That's not a riddle. It's a threat to every ideology, every law, every program that tries to capture truth in a system. Because once you try to fix the world, you've already broken it. Laozi told the story of a kingdom where the ruler tried to stamp out rebellion by making more laws. Every new crime carried a harsher punishment, but the crimes kept growing. The people rebelled, and so the ruler passed more laws, until the prisons overflowed and the streets burned. He asked, what if the ruler had done nothing? What if water is clearer when left alone? This idea, that effort corrupts, that planning disturbs, that doing often makes things worse, is called wu wei, often translated as non-action. But it doesn't mean laziness, it means don't force it. Imagine a mother trying to raise a perfect child. She schedules violin lessons, Mandarin, fencing, organic meal prep, meditation. Every hour is optimized. She's acting with the best intentions, but the child becomes anxious, fragile, unable to be still. His heart is full of pressure, not peace. The mother thinks she's nurturing, but she's breaking him. Laozi would say, she should have stepped back. Let the child grow like a tree. Guide the roots, but don't carve them. This isn't just parenting, it's politics. It's war. During the Warring States period in China, some leaders tried to engineer utopias. Total control, mandatory moral education, harsh punishments. None of them succeeded. One state tried to regulate grain prices so tightly that farmers gave up. Their fields lay fallow while officials rewrote charts. Laozi's followers pointed and said, this is what happens when men try to outsmart the Tao. The Tao, the way, is not a god. It's the current of reality, the underlying rhythm of nature. You don't define it, you feel it. You don't conquer it, you align with it. And if you fight it, by trying to impose your will on nature, people, history, it will destroy you. There's a story of a river engineer who built barriers to control flooding, but the more he built, the more unpredictable the water became. Finally, a hermit told him to dismantle the dams. The water returned to its path. The floods ended. The lesson wasn't magic, it was about surrender. And that's where things get dark. Because if laziness is right, your effort doesn't save the world. It ruins it. Your activism, your vision, your sense of justice, all of it might be adding to the chaos. You think you're helping, you're just stirring sediment. Laozi once said, the world is sacred, you cannot improve it. If you try to change it, you will ruin it. If you try to hold it, you will lose it. Even your ambition to do good can be violent. A ruler who forces people to be moral creates hypocrisy. A society that tries to eliminate all pain ends up sterilizing life. A person who tries to be perfect ends up hollow. There's a parable in Taoist tradition about a butcher who never sharpens his knife. He cuts through meat effortlessly, following the natural seams of the animal. When asked his secret, he says, I do not impose force. I find the path that's already there. Laozi would say the same applies to everything. Leadership, justice, living itself. But this idea is unbearable to many people. Especially today, we want to act, to fix things, to intervene. We post, we fight, we build. We plan. We think our effort is sacred. We believe more motion equals more progress. But what if that's the trap? What if the harder you try, the worse it gets? What if the world heals when you stop trying to dominate it? That's the core of Leboeuf's disturbing wisdom. Sometimes, to fix something, you have to leave it alone. Buddha, your suffering is your fault. A man ran through the forest, bleeding from his side. His wife had just died in childbirth. His only child, a daughter, hadn't cried once. He saw it as a curse. In his grief, he begged the gods for justice, for comfort, for anything. Then he found the monk, a calm figure under a tree, legs folded, eyes half shut. This was Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha. The man fell to his knees and asked, "Why did the gods punish me?" The Buddha didn't say, "I'm sorry." He didn't say, "That's unfair." He said, "There is no punishment. There is only attachment. You suffer because you expected things to last. In other words, your pain is your fault." That's the core of Buddhism's most disturbing truth. Today, Buddhism is often marketed as relaxing. Mindfulness apps. Breathe in, breathe out, empty your mind, feel better. But the actual teachings of the Buddha are not calming. They are devastating. The first noble truth is dukkha, usually translated as suffering, but it's deeper than that. It means life is unsatisfactory, always just off, like a wheel that won't spin cleanly. Even pleasure contains anxiety, because it might end. The second noble truth is worse. The cause of suffering is craving. Not fate, not evil, not death itself. It's your desire that creates your pain. You crave for your mother not to die. You crave for your child to be safe. You crave to succeed, to be loved, to matter. And because these things are unstable, your craving becomes a wound that can't heal. Let's be clear. Buddhism isn't denying that death happens, or that poverty, betrayal, disease, injustice are real. What it says is this: your mind turns these events into suffering. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is mental construction. There's a famous story where the Buddha meets a woman named Kisa Gautami. Her baby has died. She goes mad with grief and carries the corpse from house to house, begging for medicine. Eventually, someone sends her to the Buddha. He tells her, "Bring me a mustard seed from any house that has not known death." She returns hours later with nothing. Every house has known death. She collapses, sobbing. And in that moment, she sees her grief isn't special. Death is universal. And her suffering came from believing otherwise. This sounds wise, but it's also brutal. Because it means your suffering doesn't make you unique. Your grief isn't sacred. Your anger at injustice is still craving. Even your love, if it binds you to this world, is part of the problem. And if you think you're a victim, Buddhism has one more knife. Twist. There is no permanent you. The Buddha denied the existence of a fixed self. What you think of as you is a bundle of sensations, memories, desires, fears, always changing. You are not a soul. You are a process. So when you say, "I am grieving, I am angry, I was betrayed," who is that I? The Buddha would say, that's just craving speaking again. He told his followers, imagine a man shot by a poisoned arrow. Instead of pulling it out, he demands to know who made it, what caste they belonged to, what kind of bow they used. He dies before getting answers. This is how most people live, clinging to stories, demanding explanations, trying to make sense of what's senseless, instead of letting go. Now here's where it gets darker. In the West, when someone suffers, we tell them to speak up, to process, to express, to fight back. But the Buddha offers a different path. Extinguish desire entirely. Let the self dissolve. Nirvana, the goal of Buddhist practice, literally means blowing out, like a candle. It's not a heaven. It's the end of craving, the end of identity, the end of becoming. To reach that state, you must stop clinging to joy, to pain, to hope, to your own life story. You don't fix the world. You don't achieve greatness. You transcend the need for any of it. Imagine telling a grieving mother that enlightenment is accepting her child's death as a lesson in impermanence. Imagine telling someone consumed by injustice that their suffering is rooted in ego. That's what makes the Buddha's truth so disturbing. It's not that the world is cruel. It's that your mind creates the illusion that it shouldn't be. And the only way out is to stop wanting anything at all. Boethius, you will lose everything that matters. Boethius had it all. He was a Roman aristocrat in the 6th century, wealthy, educated, respected. He translated Aristotle, wrote treatises on logic, advised the king, and lived in a world of golden statues, flowing silk, and intellectual prestige. And then they threw him in a cell, not just exile, imprisonment, on false charges. The same king he served ordered him beaten, humiliated, and left to rot in a stone room awaiting execution. His wealth seized, his status erased, his sons threatened, his reputation shattered. The scholars and senators who once praised him fell silent. He had defended justice his entire life, but now justice had abandoned him. The atheist didn't scream. He didn't write a letter begging for mercy. Instead, he wrote a book, The Consolation of Philosophy, in prison under threat of death. And in that book, he delivered one of the most devastating philosophical lessons ever written. Everything you love will be taken from you. Your career, your friends, your power, your legacy, your body, your mind. And you shouldn't be surprised, because none of it was ever really yours. Boethius begins the book with himself weeping. He's broken. He asks why the world is so unfair. And then a mysterious woman appears, the personification of philosophy. She slaps him. Literally, she slaps him in the text. Then mocks him. Are you really a philosopher? Then why do you act like a child? She tells him, if fortune gave you these things, fortune had the right to take them away. The turning wheel that lifts you up is the same wheel that crushes you. This image, the wheel of fortune, becomes the core metaphor of Boethius's thought, not the game show. The original, a spinning wheel controlled by a blind goddess. One moment you're on top, the next you're in the mud, and the wheel never stops turning. He wrote, inconsistency is the essence of fortune. In other words, it's not broken. That's how it works. It must take things away. That's the only way others can have them. Your power is borrowed. Your beauty is on loan. Your comforts are rented. Boethius wasn't preaching from a throne. He wrote this while facing execution. And he didn't blame his enemies. He didn't curse God. He blamed himself for ever thinking stability was possible. He said, if your happiness depends on things that can be taken away, then it was never real. There's a modern version of this lesson. Imagine a successful CEO. She built her empire from scratch. Her products are beloved, her employees loyal. Then, in a single scandal, she's canceled. The press turns, investors flee. She's called a fraud. She screams about injustice. But Boethius would say, this is the wheel. You were only on top for a while. You thought you were climbing a staircase, but it was a rotating drum. You just didn't feel it turning until it spun you off. And now you understand the truth. Real happiness, Boethius argues, cannot depend on anything external. Not money, not fame, not status, not even your family. All of that is changeable, fragile, temporary. True happiness must come from within, from virtue, from reason, from the alignment of the soul with eternal truths. But here's the disturbing part. Almost no one lives that way. We build our identity on things we can lose. We define ourselves by our jobs, our looks, our partners, our reputations, and when those things collapse, which they will, we don't just lose comfort, we lose ourselves. He lost everything, and he realized that what he called misfortune was actually reality revealing itself. The comfort was the illusion. The collapse was the truth. At the end of his book, philosophy doesn't promise him justice. She doesn't say he'll be freed, or vindicated, or remembered. She just tells him, now you understand what you are. Not a senator, not a Roman, not a name in marble, just a soul on a spinning wheel. Avicenna, you don't need a body to suffer. Imagine being born in a void. No sounds, no light, no body, no gravity to pull you down. No air on your skin, no language, no time. You don't even know if you're floating. You don't even know what floating means. There's no world, just you. Now ask yourself, would you still exist? Would you still be you? This was the thought experiment of Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, a Persian philosopher and physician born in 9080 CE. He lived during what Europe now calls the Dark Ages, but his world, the Islamic Golden Age, was overflowing with light. Libraries, astronomy, medicine, mathematics, translation of Greek thought. It was the intellectual center of the world, and Avicenna, by age 16, had already mastered nearly all of it. But he didn't stop at science. He wanted to understand something deeper. What is the self? He came up with one of the most haunting philosophical experiments ever written. The floating man. Avicenna asked us to imagine a person created fully formed, but with no senses. No sight, no hearing, no touch, no body, no memories, no pain, no pleasure. Suspended in darkness. That person would know nothing about the world. But, he argued, they would still know they exist, because consciousness doesn't come from the body. It doesn't come from sensation, or language, or even thought in the traditional sense. It's more primitive than that. More undeniable. You can doubt the world. You can doubt your memories. You can doubt everything. But you cannot doubt that you are. Centuries later, Descartes would echo the same idea. I think, therefore I am, but Avicenna got there first, and his version was darker, because he didn't imagine a mind thinking in a world full of books and fireplaces. He imagined a soul screaming in the void, with no way to know if it would ever stop being alone. That's where things get disturbing. Avicenna believed the soul was immaterial. It didn't depend on the body. That's why it could survive death. But if that's true, then death isn't an escape, because the soul doesn't need a brain to think. It doesn't need a body to feel, which means it can keep feeling forever. Now ask yourself, what happens to a disembodied self that can't stop being aware? What happens if the floating man never lands? In Avicenna's world, this wasn't just imagination. He believed in an afterlife. But he wasn't naive. He also believed in the torment of the soul, not as punishment by fire or whip, but as a kind of eternal self-awareness. The soul, once stripped of distractions, would face itself directly. No denial, no escape. Think about how much of your life is spent running from yourself. Music, screens, conversation, hunger, achievement, all ways to avoid the raw experience of being conscious. But what if you were alone with it, forever? Avicenna argued that if your soul is diseased, greedy, violent, lost in delusion, that disease stays after death, because the body never caused it. It just distracted you from noticing. Now imagine a murderer, dead and buried, whose soul remains, conscious, unkillable, and filled with the very violence it tried to unleash on the world. It can't act. It can't hide. It just is, stuck in its own unbearable nature. That, to Avicenna, was hell, not burning, being. So what does he want you to realize? He wants you to look deeper than sensation, deeper than identity, deeper than language. Because underneath it all, there is something watching. And that thing, your soul, will never forget what it has become. Even if the world forgets you, even if your body dies, even if everything is stripped away, you will still be there. And that, Avicenna believed, should terrify you more than death ever could. Al-Ghazali. Even reason is a trap. Only submission to God matters. In the middle of a lecture, Al-Ghazali froze. He had been the most respected philosopher in the Islamic world, a genius in law, theology, and logic, a professor in Baghdad, the intellectual capital of the 11th century. Students traveled from across the empire just to hear him speak. And then one day, he opened his mouth, and nothing came out. He couldn't speak, couldn't eat. He was trying to find something more reliable than reason, because he had seen something most people don't, that you can be perfectly rational and completely wrong. Al-Ghazali's most disturbing idea was this: your mind can build a perfect system of logic, and it can still collapse into nothing. He had spent years mastering Greek philosophy, Aristotle, Plato, Avicenna. He could prove the existence of God, the structure of the cosmos, the metaphysics of time. Everything made sense on paper. It was elegant, consistent, reasonable. But in his darkest moment, he asked, how do I even know reason is trustworthy? That's when everything fell apart. He realized something terrifying, that reason can't prove itself. You can't use logic to validate logic. That's circular. You can't use your senses to prove that your senses are accurate. They might be lying. You can't even trust consistency, because what appears consistent might just be repetition. In his autobiography, Deliverance from Error, he writes, where is the security against error, if the teacher cannot be safe from it? He wasn't talking about other people. He meant himself. This wasn't just intellectual. It was personal. Al-Ghazali said, even if the sky split open, even if a voice from heaven shouted the truth, how would you know it wasn't a hallucination? You don't. You can't. And once you see that, you never think the same way again. To escape this crisis, Al-Ghazali abandoned philosophy. He turned to Sufism, the mystical branch of Islam. Instead of argument, he pursued experience. Not what can be explained, but what can be felt, lived, endured. He said, a mere rational proof is too weak to remove the veil. He wasn't saying reason is useless. He was saying, reason alone will never save you. Because reason is a tool, and tools depend on who's using them. A tyrant can use logic to justify cruelty. A cult leader can build a rational system where all doubts are called betrayal. A scientist can run perfect experiments based on flawed assumptions. Logic doesn't tell you if you're sane. It just tells you if your conclusions follow from your premises. But what if your premises are wrong? What if you don't know they're wrong, because the very tools you're using to test them are contaminated? Al-Ghazali was a philosopher who stopped believing in philosophy, not because it was false, but because it was incomplete. He warned, you can know every argument. You can quote every scholar, and you can still wake up one day and find yourself standing on intellectual quicksand. In a modern world obsessed with evidence, facts, and rationality, this idea is more disturbing than ever, because it means your intelligence is not a guarantee, your education is not a shield, your confidence is not a foundation. And if you ever stop and ask, really ask, how do I know that what I know is true? You might find silence. The same silence that took Al-Ghazali's voice. The silence that comes before collapse. Thomas Aquinas, you have no power over your will. Picture a child holding a lit candle. Now picture him sticking his hand into the flame. Would he do that if he understood it would burn him? Thomas Aquinas would say no. No one, he argued, chooses evil knowingly. Every choice, even the ones that lead to ruin, is made because in that moment it seems good. This is one of the most disturbing claims in medieval philosophy. You never choose evil, you just misunderstand what's good. Thomas Aquinas was a 13th century Dominican monk, obsessed with bridging reason and faith. His masterpiece, the Summa Theologica, tried to synthesize the Bible with Aristotle, logic with God, philosophy with doctrine. He wasn't trying to make Christianity more emotional. He was trying to make it more rational. And in that cold logical system, Aquinas built a view of the human will that should terrify you. You do not control your desires. You only follow what your mind perceives as good. In every decision, Aquinas says, your will is directed toward what your intellect tells it is the best option. If you sin, it's not because you wanted to rebel. It's because your intellect made a mistake. You miscalculated the good. You thought the pleasure of revenge outweighed the peace of forgiveness. You thought the thrill of adultery outweighed the loyalty of commitment. You thought the comfort of silence outweighed the risk of telling the truth. It was a math error, and your will obeyed it like a machine. Aquinas believed the will cannot choose anything unless the intellect presents it as good, even if it's obviously destructive, even if it ruins your life, because at that moment you didn't see it that way. This turns morality into something horrifying. It's not about strength, or courage, or even willpower, it's about vision. If your intellect is broken, if your perception is warped, then your will is already compromised. You cannot want what you cannot see. Imagine a man cheating on his wife. He doesn't think, this will destroy my family, and that's good. He thinks, this makes me feel alive. I deserve this. She'll never find out. His will is not rebelling, it's just following faulty data. Now apply that to history. The inquisitor torturing a prisoner doesn't think he's evil. He believes he's saving the soul. The terrorist blowing up a building doesn't think he's a villain. He believes he's carrying out justice. The slave owner, the dictator, the censor, they believed what they were doing was justified. And that belief made it feel good. Which means evil isn't chosen. It's misperceived. But here's where Aquinas gets even darker. You can't always fix this by yourself. He believed divine grace was necessary to correct the intellect. You need God to heal your reason. Without it, you will keep misjudging. You will keep choosing wrong, not because you're malicious, but because your mind is distorted by pride, lust, fear, confusion. That's not just a religious point, it's an existential one. Because if your perception of good is broken, then freedom becomes an illusion. You thought you were choosing freely. You weren't. You were following a corrupted compass, and you didn't know it was broken. You still don't. This idea shatters our modern myth of autonomy. The belief that we are in control, that our choices are ours, that our mistakes are acts of will. Aquinas says, no, they're acts of blindness. You are not a rebel. You're just wrong. And the worst part, you'll never know until it's too late. Machiavelli, it's better to be feared than loved. A young man inherits a small kingdom. He wants to rule with kindness. He lowers taxes. He forgives criminals. He trusts his advisors. Within months, the treasury collapses. The army deserts, and he's overthrown, executed by the same people who once cheered his generosity. Niccolò Machiavelli would say, he deserved it, because he misunderstood what power is. Machiavelli lived in 15th century Florence, a place where rulers rose and fell overnight, where families poisoned each other over dinner, where alliances dissolved with a handshake. He worked as a diplomat, watched republics turn into tyrannies, saw popes raise armies, and was eventually arrested, tortured, and exiled. From that brutal life, he distilled one of the coldest ideas in political philosophy. A ruler must not be good. A ruler must be effective. And to be effective, it is better to be feared than loved. In his book, The Prince, Machiavelli doesn't give moral advice. He gives survival advice. If you're in power and you want to stay in power, you cannot afford to live by the same rules as ordinary people. He writes, it is much safer to be feared than loved if one has to lack one of the two. Why? Because love is fickle. It depends on feelings, loyalty, emotion, things that shift. But fear? Fear stays. Fear motivates. Fear keeps people in line, even when they're angry, even when they hate you. Machiavelli isn't telling you to be cruel for no reason. He's saying, if you must choose between being kind and being secure, choose security. Every time. That's the disturbing core of his philosophy. Morality and politics are separate games. And if you confuse them, you die. Imagine a president who tells the truth at all times. He admits to military failures. He reveals the full extent of government corruption. He refuses to lie to the public. What happens? He's voted out, or worse, because the public doesn't reward honesty. They reward strength or the appearance of it. Now imagine a leader who lies, but lies well, who stages acts of charity, hides violence behind noble words, and spins failures into victories. Machiavelli would say, that leader understands power. But the disturbing part goes further. Machiavelli argues that you must appear moral, even if you're not. Because people want to believe in virtue. They want their rulers to look good, but they don't check the details. So lie, smile, say the right things, but do what needs to be done in private. Hypocrisy isn't a flaw, it's a weapon. He even praises rulers who commit atrocities if they do it swiftly, efficiently, and for the sake of long-term stability. He says cruelty can be justified as long as it works. And the most terrifying part? History agrees with him. From Julius Caesar to Stalin, from Napoleon to modern CEOs, the most successful leaders often aren't the most ethical. They're the ones who understood the rules of the game and played it without flinching. Machiavelli's lesson isn't hopeful, it's surgical. If you want justice, don't expect it from those in power. Expect calculation. Expect performance. Expect fear, wrapped in the costume of love, because the ruler who chooses kindness over strength, he's already dead. John Locke, you have no right without property. A man is born into the world naked, landless, penniless, and according to John Locke, almost rightless. Because in Locke's political philosophy, you only really gain rights once you gain property. Locke lived in 17th century England during a time of civil war, regicide, and revolution. The idea of divine monarchy was collapsing. People were asking dangerous questions. Who gives a king power? What happens if he rules badly? Do people have a right to rebel? Locke's answer was radical. Power doesn't come from God. It comes from the people. And if a ruler violates their rights, they have every reason to overthrow him. These ideas helped inspire the American Revolution. Thomas Jefferson called Locke one of his biggest influences. But here's where it gets darker. Locke defined natural rights, life, liberty, and property. But he didn't mean them equally. At the center of everything was property. In his view, property isn't just something you own, it's what makes you a full person under the law. Without property, you're exposed. You don't have real political power. You don't have stability. You don't have autonomy. Property is the thing that connects you to society's protections. It's the basis for your liberty. This wasn't a metaphor. In early American colonies, inspired by Locke's writings, you couldn't vote unless you owned land. No land, no voice. And Locke didn't just mean land in theory. He meant tamed, worked land, transformed by labor. He said if you mix your labor with nature, farming, fencing, building, it becomes yours. That's what makes it legitimate property. But what happens when people already live on that land and don't fence it or farm it in the way Europeans expect? Locke had an answer. He wrote that uncultivated land, like that held by indigenous people, was waste. He argued that they hadn't truly owned it because they hadn't labored on it in a way that produced value. And if they hadn't made it productive, others could rightfully take it. And they did. Locke's ideas became the backbone of colonial land seizure, the philosophical justification for displacement, enclosure, and genocide. If you didn't shape the land in a European profitable way, your rights to it could be erased. That's the disturbing part. Rights were conditional, not on being human, but on owning. In Locke's world, a poor man living on common land had fewer rights than a landlord and a stateless person. Someone without property, without formal attachments, was close to a non-person. Even his famous consent of the governed wasn't universal, because only property owners were counted among the governed. Everyone else was governed by default. That means liberty wasn't a shared birthright. It was a transaction. Your worth was measured by what you could claim, what you could lock behind a gate, what you could turn into profit. This is the paradox of Locke, the philosopher of liberty, whose theory helped justify slavery, colonialism, and capitalism. He even invested in companies that traded enslaved people, all while writing about freedom. Because in his system, freedom was structured around ownership. You are free if you have something to protect. If you don't, you're not really part of the conversation. You're just the labor, or the background, or the obstacle. Leibniz. This is the best of all possible worlds. A city is burning. Children are crushed beneath rubble. Somewhere else, a plague spreads through a village. A woman begs for mercy in a courtroom and is sentenced to death anyway. Now imagine someone looks at all of this and says, "This is the best of all possible worlds." That was Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. He wasn't being sarcastic. Leibniz was a 17th century German polymath, a philosopher, mathematician, diplomat, and theologian. He invented calculus independently of Newton. He dreamed of a universal logical language, and he believed the universe was built on reason. But it's his solution to the problem of evil that made him infamous. The problem is simple. If God is all-powerful and all-good, why does evil exist? Leibniz's answer, evil exists because it's part of the best possible plan. In his view, God is a perfect being, and from all the infinite possible universes he could have created, he chose this one. Why? Because it was the most balanced, most rational, most optimized version, taking into account every consequence, every chain of events, every ripple effect, even if it includes pain, even if it includes war, injustice, and genocide. It still had to be this way, because any other world would have been worse overall. To Leibniz, evil wasn't a flaw in creation. It was a calculated necessity. He classified evil into three types: metaphysical evil, the fact that things are limited, finite, imperfect; moral evil, human wickedness, like lying, stealing, killing; physical evil, suffering, pain, death. And he argued that all three are allowed to exist because they make possible a greater good. Take betrayal, for example. It's morally wrong. But without the possibility of betrayal, there's no real trust. Without suffering, there's no compassion. Without limitation, there's no striving. In other words, the presence of evil is what makes the good meaningful. He believed the universe was like a perfect painting, and sometimes that perfection requires shadows. Now this sounds elegant until you try applying it to real life. When an earthquake kills thousands, do you say, "This was necessary for cosmic optimization"? When a child dies of cancer, do you say, "This is part of the most rational world plan"? This idea was so offensive that Voltaire famously mocked it in his novel Candide. The character Pangloss keeps repeating Leibniz's phrase, "All is for the best," while enduring endless horrors, from massacres to rape to slavery. It's dark comedy, but the point is brutal. Saying it's all necessary doesn't make it less cruel. Still, Leibniz didn't flinch. He said, if the smallest evil that happens in the world were missing, the world would be less good overall. And that's the disturbing core. You're not suffering because of a failure in the system. You're suffering because the system needs it, or at least permits it, for a greater balance you'll never see. You might think you're experiencing senseless pain. Leibniz would say, it's only senseless to you. The plan is perfect. You just don't have access to the blueprint. George Berkeley. The physical world doesn't exist. You're sitting in a chair. You feel the pressure beneath you. You see the light hit the floor. You hear the hum of whatever machine you're using to watch this video. Now ask yourself, what is all this? George Berkeley's answer was simple and terrifying. It's all in your mind. Literally. Berkeley was an 18th century Irish philosopher and bishop. He didn't look like a radical, but his philosophy is one of the most disturbing in the entire canon. He believed the physical world doesn't exist independently, not because it's fake, or because it's a simulation, but because everything we think of as matter is just perception. To Berkeley, to be is to be perceived. This is the core of his philosophy. Esse est perciper. Everything that exists only does so because it's being observed. If no mind perceives a tree, the tree isn't out there waiting to be discovered. It's not quietly existing behind the scenes. It's nothing. The tree is just a collection of sensations, sight, smell, touch, experienced by someone. You don't see a tree. You experience the idea of a tree. And that means when you walk out of a room, there is no room behind you. There is no couch, no table, no wall. There are only potential sensations which stop being actual the moment no one perceives them. This isn't metaphor. It's ontological annihilation. But here's the twist. Berkeley wasn't trying to destroy the world. He was trying to save it from materialism and atheism. In his time, people like Hobbes had argued that everything, including thought, was just matter in motion. To Berkeley, this was horrifying. It made minds into meat machines and stripped the soul of meaning. So he flipped the script. Matter doesn't create perception. Perception creates matter. You don't discover reality through your senses. Your senses are reality. This sounds like idealism, and it is, but it leads somewhere deeply unsettling. Because if the physical world is just perception, and perception only exists in minds, then the only reason the world remains stable, the only reason your house doesn't vanish when you turn your back, is because some other mind is still perceiving it. O.J. Berkeley's solution? That mind is God. God perceives everything, constantly, perfectly. That's why the world doesn't blink in and out of existence. It's not because it has physical substance. It's because God is always watching. Without God's perception, nothing would exist. This makes the universe into something like a divine hallucination. And that's the disturbing part. The chair you sit on, the screen you're watching, the body you think you have, they aren't grounded in anything physical. They're just stable because something else is perceiving them. You're not embedded in a solid world. You're floating in shared experience. Berkeley denied the existence of matter. He denied that you could ever experience anything outside your own mind. And he denied that your senses pointed to some deeper, solid reality. There is no out there. There is only in here. You never leave your mind. Ever. In everything you've ever seen or touched. You didn't discover it. You created it. Karl Marx, your freedom is an illusion. You think you're free because you can choose between 2 brands of cereal. You think you're free because you can pick a job, vote for a candidate, or quit the company you hate. Karl Marx would call that false consciousness. You're not free. You're inside a machine, and the machine runs on your life. Born in 1818 in Trier, Germany, Marx wasn't just an economist. He was a philosopher of history, society, and human suffering. He didn't analyze markets to make them more efficient. He studied capitalism like a disease, trying to diagnose what it did to the soul. His conclusion: you are not in control of your life, not because of bad luck or bad choices, but because of the economic system you live in. To Marx, capitalism doesn't just exploit labor. It shapes consciousness. It tells you who you are, what matters, what success looks like, what failure means. You think you want the latest phone, the newest clothes, the next promotion. But Marx said your desires are not really yours. They are engineered, shaped by market forces, manipulated by advertising, reinforced by culture. That's why he said, the ruling ideas of any age are the ideas of the ruling class. You don't think freely. You think what you've been trained to think. And that's what makes Marx so terrifying. He didn't just claim that capitalism was unjust. He claimed it was total, not just controlling your wallet, but your identity. Let's say you work at a coffee shop. You wake up at 6 a.m., drag yourself to a job you hate, smile for customers you don't care about, follow rules you didn't write, and earn barely enough to live. You sell your time, your energy, your presence. That's what Marx called wage labor. And to him, it's not employment. It's alienation. You're alienated from the product. You don't own what you make. You're alienated from the process. You don't control how you work. You're alienated from others. You compete instead of cooperate. And worst of all, you're alienated from yourself. Your labor, your creativity, your being gets hollowed out and sold. Even your sense of meaning is outsourced. You're told that fulfillment will come through productivity, that your value is measured in performance reviews, that your life is your resume. But Marx saw it differently. He believed human beings are makers. We shape the world through work, not just to survive, but to express ourselves. Capitalism takes that instinct and commodifies it. You become a function, a replaceable part, a unit of cost. And the profits don't go to you. They go to someone else, someone who owns the factory, or the code base, or the platform. And that's why Marx said your freedom is an illusion. Sure, you can switch jobs, but you're still selling your life to survive. Sure, you can vote, but you're choosing between managers of the same machine. The system needs you to believe you're free, because real revolt starts with realizing you're not. John Stuart Mill, The Tyranny of the Majority. You're in a small town. Everyone's friendly. They wave at you, smile at your kids. But when you mention a new idea, something different, the room goes quiet. Suddenly, you're suspicious. You're weird. You've stepped outside the invisible lines. You're not in prison. You're not silenced by law. But you've been crushed by something else. The majority. John Stuart Mill saw this danger coming. Born in 1806 into a family of intellectuals, Mill was raised as a human experiment, taught Greek at 3, logic at 12, economics at 13. By adulthood, he'd nearly had a mental breakdown. But he emerged from it with a piercing question: what if the greatest threat to freedom isn't the government, but other people? Mill lived in an age where England prided itself on liberty. There were no inquisitions, no burning of heretics, no secret police, but Mill wasn't convinced. In On Liberty, he warned that democracy comes with its own unique danger, something he called the tyranny of the majority. Here's how it works. Imagine a society of 10 people. If 6 of them agree on a belief, they can vote to enforce it, not just through law, but through custom, norms, and peer pressure. They don't need to arrest you. They just make your life unbearable if you think differently. The majority doesn't have to silence you. It only has to disapprove of you. Mill saw this as far more insidious than state oppression. Laws are visible. Censorship can be resisted, but social conformity seeps in silently. You start biting your tongue, avoiding conflict, hiding what you think. You don't even realize you're doing it. Mill wasn't defending rebellion for its own sake. He genuinely believed that progress depends on eccentricity, on strange thinkers, critics, heretics. But modern society had a new tool: polite suppression. If you challenge the popular view, you're labeled rude, difficult, or out of touch. It's moral pressure without debate. It's enforced agreement without violence, and it kills individuality. Mill asked, what happens when people stop thinking for themselves, not because they're forced, but because they're afraid of being different? He feared a world where people no longer know why they believe what they believe, where they inherit opinions like heirlooms, never questioning, never struggling. He wrote, "The worth of a state in the long run is the worth of the individuals composing it. And if those individuals are intellectually dead, then no law or constitution can save them." The truly disturbing part? The majority doesn't have to be wrong. It just has to refuse alternatives. It rewards those who repeat, punishes those who rethink. You start censoring yourself before anyone else has to. Mill saw liberty not as permission to do anything, but as the ability to live authentically, to speak and act according to your conscience, even when the crowd stares at you like you're diseased. In that sense, the greatest danger isn't dictatorship. It's democracy without dissent. Auguste Comte. Humanity is a machine that doesn't need you. Imagine you're just a gear in a machine. You turn because others turn. You serve a function, not a purpose. And when you break or wear out, you're replaced, without emotion, without ceremony. That's how Auguste Comte saw you. Born in 1798, Comte lived through the chaos of the French Revolution, the rise and fall of Napoleon, and the dizzying birth of industrial society. He didn't believe in spiritual mysteries or divine destinies. What he saw was a pattern and a task. Humanity, he said, is moving forward like a massive impersonal organism, not through individual genius, not through moral breakthroughs, but through stages of history like clockwork. He called it the law of 3 stages. Stage 1, theological. People explained the world through gods, spirits, and miracles. Stage 2, metaphysical. They used abstract forces and philosophical ideas. Essence, nature, purpose. Stage 3, scientific. Everything becomes measurable, observable, predictable. Truth is now data. To Kant, this wasn't a theory. It was a law, like gravity. And it meant that individuals don't shape history. History shapes them. You're not a hero. You're a function. The future, in Kant's view, didn't need wild thinkers, rebels, or prophets. It needed engineers, statisticians, planners. It needed people who could keep the machine running, cleanly, efficiently, and quietly. So he proposed something radical. You were a manuary, not one based on gods, but on order. He called it the religion of humanity. It had rituals, a calendar, even saints, but instead of spiritual figures, these were great scientists and thinkers. Newton replaced Christ. Galileo replaced the apostles. The object of worship wasn't a deity, it was humanity itself, viewed not as billions of souls, but as a single collective being, slowly evolving. This wasn't satire. He wanted temples, priests, ceremonies, and most of all, obedience. Because once you realize the species is more important than the self, your personal freedom becomes a threat. To Kant, individualism was a disease of adolescence, necessary during transition, but dangerous if permanent. The future would be positivist, rational, planned, coordinated. Feelings of uniqueness, rebellion, or self-expression would be tolerated, like childhood tantrums, with patience, but no real power. The ultimate good wasn't freedom, it was stability. That's what makes Kant so disturbing. He didn't want to enslave you. He just wanted you to realize, you don't matter. You're part of a system, a stage, a statistical trend, and if you resist, you're simply a malfunction. Martin Heidegger, you are a being toward death. You wake up, check your phone, brush your teeth, head to work. You fill your day with tasks, messages, errands. You say you're busy. You say you're fine. But in the back of your mind, there's a silence you don't want to face. Martin Heidegger thought that silence is the most real thing about you. Born in Germany in 1889, Heidegger wasn't interested in political theory or ethics. He wasn't trying to fix the world. He wanted to uncover something more basic. What does it mean to be? His conclusion: you've misunderstood your own existence. You don't have a life. You are a being thrown into the world, without asking, without a manual, and heading straight toward death. He called this kind of existence Dasein, not a person, not a soul, but being there. A self that exists not as a fixed identity, but as a question. You are not a thing. You are possibility. But that possibility is finite. It ends. So Heidegger's core idea is this: you are a being toward death. Not in a vague, poetic sense, but in the literal, structural sense. Death isn't just something that happens to you someday. It's built into what you are. Every choice you make, every delay, every commitment, every lie unfolds under the shadow of your death. You are running out of time. And most of us, Heidegger said, flee from this truth. We hide in what he called the they, the faceless, generic crowd. The they says what's normal, what's acceptable, what a good life looks like. You lose yourself in careers, entertainment, social roles. You say what people say. You believe what people believe. And so you fall into inauthenticity, a state of forgetting that you are mortal, that your life is yours, and that it ends. But then something breaks through. A death in the family, a diagnosis, a sleepless night where the silence gets too loud. Suddenly, you feel it. This ends. You are not immortal. You are not an object. You are a temporary flame flickering in the wind. Heidegger called this confrontation anxiety. Not fear of something specific, but a raw, nauseating awareness that everything could end, and there's no backup plan. Yet this anxiety, he said, is precisely what wakes you up. Only when you face death, really face it, can you live authentically. Not according to the Fae, not by checking boxes, but by owning your being. Not living life to the fullest. Just being awake to the fact that your existence is yours and it's running out. And that's the disturbing beauty of Heidegger's thought. He's not telling you to conquer death. You can't. He's telling you, stop living like you'll live forever. Stop hiding behind distractions. Stop pretending. Look death in the face, and then choose. Not what's comfortable, not what's popular, but what's real. Ludwig Wittgenstein. Language is a cage. You can't see, you think you're using language. But what if language is using you? Ludwig Wittgenstein was a strange man. Born in 1889 into one of the richest families in Austria, he gave away his inheritance, lived in isolation, and saw philosophy not as a profession, but as a disease that needed to be cured. He was obsessed with one question: what is the connection between language and reality? Most people think words are tools. You use them to describe the world. You say, "The cat is on the mat," and everyone knows what you mean. Simple. But Wittgenstein didn't buy it, especially later in life. He started to notice that language isn't just a mirror, it's a trap. Here's how it works. Imagine two children playing a game. One says, "Fetch the block," and the other picks up a red cube. Over time, they learn what block means, not by pointing to an object, but by how the word is used in action. Language isn't built from definitions, it's built from rules. You learn them like you learn chess, by playing, but that means something terrifying. You don't see the rules, you only feel them. You grow up surrounded by words like truth, justice, freedom, self. You think you understand them, you use them, you argue about them. But most of the time you're just repeating patterns, language games you didn't invent and can't fully question. Wittgenstein wrote, "Philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our intelligence by means of language." You think you're asking profound questions. What is the self? Do I have free will? What is consciousness? But often, these questions are like trying to bite your own teeth. They don't work because the language is broken. Here's a story. A man sits in a room asking, "What is time?" He stares at a clock, then at his hands, then at the ceiling. He says, "Time is a flowing river." Then he says, "Time is a container." Then he says, "Time doesn't exist." He's trying to define something language was never built to capture. Wittgenstein would say, he's trapped because language shapes what we can think. It sets the limits of our world. He wrote, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." You can't think outside your vocabulary. You can't imagine what you don't have words for. And even your feelings, anger, love, fear, are filtered through concepts you didn't choose. You're not just in a culture, you're in a linguistic prison. Try describing a color you've never seen. Try explaining pain without metaphor. Try expressing an experience that doesn't fit into grammar. You can't. And here's the darkest twist. If you try to go beyond language, to touch something pure, something real, you often end up in nonsense. Wittgenstein said some truths can't be said. They can only be shown. And once you see that language has boundaries, the right response isn't to shout louder. It's to go silent. He ended his most famous work, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, with this line, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent." So ask yourself, are you thinking? Or just repeating? Are you speaking? Or echoing rules you never wrote? Jean-Paul Sartre. You are condemned to be free. You want someone to tell you what to do. Maybe you wouldn't say it out loud. But when life feels chaotic, meaningless or absurd, you don't want ultimate freedom. You want a rule, a role, a sign that says, "Go this way." Jean-Paul Sartre thought this craving was the root of all self-deception. Born in 1905, Sartre lived through the rise of fascism, Nazi occupation, and the violent unraveling of colonialism. But he didn't just write philosophy. He lived it. He joined the resistance. He turned down the Nobel Prize. And the whole time, He kept insisting on one terrifying truth. You are free. And that is a curse. Let's break that down. Sartre wasn't saying you can do whatever you want. You can't fly. You can't live forever. You can't undo the past. But inside those limits, biologically, socially, even emotionally, you are always making choices. You don't get to not choose. Even refusing to act is a choice. Even staying in bed all day is a choice. There is no escape from freedom. He called this condition condemned to be free. Because you didn't ask to be born. You didn't choose the world. But now that you're here, every moment is a decision. What you wear, what you say, who you hurt, who you forgive. And there's no script, no divine plan, no universal morality, no soul-deep identity to fall back on. You make yourself every day by what you do. That might sound empowering, but Sartre thought most people found it unbearable. So we lie to ourselves, constantly. We pretend we have to go to work. We pretend we're just a teacher, a student, a parent, a cog. We play roles. We recite lines. We use phrases like, I can't, I have to, I had no choice. Sartre called this bad faith, when you pretend you're a thing instead of a free being. He told the story of a waiter who moves too precisely, smiles too perfectly, plays the part too obviously. He's not being a waiter, he's performing waiterness, clinging to the role to avoid the deeper truth that he's free to stop at any moment. But this applies to all of us. You tell yourself you're not the kind of person who cheats, but that's just a story. There's nothing stopping you. You choose it, or you don't. You are responsible. You might want to blame society, or your past, or God, or trauma. And Sartre wouldn't say those things don't matter, but they don't erase your freedom. They shape your options. Not your responsibility. And here's where it gets disturbing. Because if you are responsible for your choices, then so is everyone else, even the worst criminals, even the people you pity. Which means there's no excuse. No external moral scoreboard. No afterlife to settle the score. There's just this world, and your actions in it. Freedom is not a gift. It's a weight. It means you're naked in the universe, with no one to applaud you and no one to catch you. And you still have to decide. Albert Camus. The only serious question is suicide. You wake up tomorrow and feel nothing. You go to work, respond to emails, nod politely. But there's a quiet question sitting in the back of your mind. Why am I doing any of this? Albert Camus believed that question is the beginning of philosophy. Born in French Algeria in 1913, Camus grew up poor, lost his father to war, survived tuberculosis, and spent his life rejecting labels. He didn't want to be called an existentialist, even though he often gets grouped with them. His obsession was something older, simpler, and more disturbing: the absurd. To Camus, the absurd isn't a feeling, it's a condition. It happens when two things crash together: your desperate need for meaning and a universe that doesn't care. You want the world to make sense. You want your suffering to matter. You want justice, purpose, resolution. But the world just spins. People die randomly. Pain goes unpunished. Happiness has no logic. The stars don't answer when you scream. That's the absurd. So Camus begins. The myth of Sisyphus with the most brutal sentence in 20th century philosophy. There is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. If life has no meaning, should we keep living? It's not a rhetorical question. Camus takes it seriously, and his answer? Yes. But not because he discovered secret meaning. Not because of hope or faith or optimism. He says we must imagine Sisyphus, the man condemned by the gods to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity, as happy. Why? Because Sisyphus knows the truth. He's not waiting for a reward. He's not fooling himself. He's aware of the absurd and still chooses to live. That is revolt. Camus believed that choosing to live in full awareness of absurdity, without illusions, is the most radical thing you can do. Most people avoid the absurd. They join ideologies, religions, revolutions. They latch on to causes. They tell themselves stories to stay numb. Camus called this philosophical suicide, killing your awareness to avoid the pain of truth. But that's not real rebellion. Real rebellion, Camus said, is waking up, seeing the absurd clearly, and choosing life anyway. It's not heroic. It's not dramatic. It's just showing up fully conscious to a world that doesn't owe you meaning. He once wrote, "The absurd man takes death as the measure of everything." In other words, your life is a brief flicker in a meaningless void. But that doesn't make it worthless. It means you are free, terrifyingly, beautifully free, to create your own dignity, your own ethics, your own defiance. And in the face of a silent universe, that might be the only kind of meaning we ever get. Simone Weil. Attention is a form of prayer in hell. Simone Weil starved herself to death in 1943. It wasn't suicide. Not exactly. She refused to eat more than what was rationed to soldiers suffering on the front lines of World War II. She was in England, safe, but in her mind, to eat comfortably while others starved was a betrayal of attention. And attention to her was everything. Simone Weil was a philosopher, a mystic, a political radical. She worked in factories, picked grapes with laborers, taught poor children, and joined the Spanish Civil War. But she was also strange, brilliant, isolated, and obsessed with a single question. What does it mean to really see someone else's suffering? For Weil, injustice didn't start with violence. It started with distraction, the refusal to see. We look away, we scroll past, we turn human beings into categories, problems, statistics. That's where evil begins. She believed the modern world had mechanized this blindness. Factories crushed the worker's soul. Bureaucracy erased faces, and politics, even revolutionary politics, turned people into instruments for an abstract future. She'd seen it firsthand when she joined the fight against Franco in Spain. She wasn't wounded by the enemy. She was burned while trying to cook because no one had time to train her. They were too busy trying to win. Human attention didn't matter. Only efficiency did. She called this force gravity, not physical gravity, but moral gravity. The tendency for people when they gain power to let it strip others of dignity. Gravity is when the strong become blind, when the powerful reduce the suffering of others to noise. So what's the opposite of gravity? Attention. Not passive staring. Not sympathy. Weil meant something more radical. She described attention as a form of prayer, the act of willingly holding the suffering of another person in your mind without flinching, without controlling, without fixing, without looking away. It's active. It hurts. It breaks you. But only that kind of attention, she believed, allows something sacred to appear. Not God in the traditional sense, but a kind of justice that can't be reduced to policies or outcomes. She once wrote, "The love of our neighbor in all its fullness simply means being able to say to him, 'What are you going through?' Not 'How can I fix you?' Not 'How do I fight for your cause?' Just, 'What are you going through?' To do that, you have to kill your ego. You have to stop inserting yourself. You have to hold space for their pain, not your performance. And in a world obsessed with control, that's a form of spiritual violence against the self." Weil believed real attention was almost impossible. Most people never even attempt it. We are too busy projecting, fixing, defending, categorizing. But to her, attention was the only way to fight injustice without becoming another cog in the machine. So she practiced it with her life. And when the world burned, she refused to separate her comfort from the pain of others, even if it killed her. Hannah Arendt. Evil doesn't look like a monster. In 1961, a man named Adolf Eichmann sat behind bulletproof glass in a courtroom in Jerusalem. He was one of the key organizers of the Holocaust, a man who managed the logistics of transporting millions of Jews to death camps. Not a killer with blood on his hands. A coordinator, a scheduler, a bureaucrat. And when the trial began, everyone expected a monster. But what they got was a man who looked like an accountant. Quiet, polite, mild-mannered. He insisted he was just following orders. He spoke in cliches. He didn't seem to hate Jews. He didn't seem to believe in anything, really. He just said, "It was my job." The world was stunned. The philosopher Hannah Arendt, a Jewish refugee who had fled Nazi Germany, covered the trial for The New Yorker. What she saw shattered the way people thought about evil. She expected Eichmann to be a fanatic, a sadist, a monster, but he wasn't. He was ordinary, and that, Arendt realized, was the real horror. She coined a phrase that would haunt modern philosophy: the banality of evil. Evil doesn't always arrive with fangs and fire. Sometimes it wears a tie. It smiles. It uses bureaucratic language. It files reports. It says, "I'm just doing my job." That's what terrified Arendt. Eichmann wasn't stupid, but he had stopped thinking. He had surrendered his moral judgment to systems, roles, procedures. He had become what she called a functionary. And once you stop thinking, truly thinking, you become capable of anything. Arendt believed that the root of evil wasn't hatred. It was thoughtlessness. Not stupidity, not ignorance, but a refusal to stop and ask, is this right? This wasn't just about the Nazis. She saw the same pattern elsewhere. In Stalin's purges, in colonial violence, in state surveillance, in police brutality. All those systems were run by people who told themselves they were just doing what the rules required. The deeper problem, she believed, was how modern life trains people to obey without question, to follow scripts, to trust systems, to value order over conscience. She once wrote, "The sad truth is that most evil is done by people who never make up their minds to be good or evil." That line wasn't meant to comfort you. It was meant to warn you, because if evil is banal, if it looks like paperwork and procedure, then you could become part of it without realizing it. All it takes is failing to think. So what's the alternative? Arendt believed the antidote to evil was the slow, painful act of thinking, not solving equations or winning debates, but reflecting on what your actions mean. She called this the silent dialogue with yourself, that voice inside that asks, what am I doing? What does this mean? Can I live with this? But here's the disturbing twist. That voice can be quiet, and the world can drown it out. Especially when the system rewards obedience, when everyone else is just doing their job, and when silence keeps you safe. That's how it starts. Not with hatred, with a shrug, with paperwork. With someone like Eichmann, a man who never wanted to murder anyone, but helped engineer genocide, one train at a time. Michel Foucault, institutions don't heal you. You think a hospital is where people go to get better. You think a school is where people go to learn. You think a prison is where bad people are sent to be corrected. Michel Foucault wanted you to look again. Born in 1926 in France, Foucault wasn't interested in abstract metaphysics. He studied power, where it hides, how it moves, and most disturbingly, how it gets inside you without your consent. He believed that modern institutions, hospitals, schools, prisons, asylums were not built to help people. They were built to observe, categorize, and control. And the most terrifying part? You don't even notice it's happening. Let's take a simple example. In the 1700s, lepers were feared and exiled from cities. They were visible, cast out, labeled, separated. But by the 1800s, it wasn't lepers being isolated anymore. It was the mad. People who behaved strangely, who didn't fit, who didn't work. They weren't thrown out. They were locked in, not to be healed, but to be watched. Studied, diagnosed, labeled. Lunatic, melancholic, hysterical, unfit. Foucault traced the rise of these institutions, and what he found was chilling. The architecture of power was shifting. It wasn't about kings or violence anymore. It was about normalization. When you're watched, you behave. He used the example of the panopticon, a prison design where a single guard can watch all inmates, but the inmates can't tell when they're being watched. The genius, the prisoners start to police themselves. Even when no one is watching, Now replace the prison with a school, or a hospital, or an open office. Grades, reports, medical records, surveillance cameras, wellness apps, productivity charts. We have become data. Our behaviors tracked, scored, and compared, not to punish us, but to mold us, to shape what we think is normal. That's Foucault's point. Power doesn't need to be violent to be total. You internalize it. You discipline yourself. You diet because you should. You suppress emotions because they're inappropriate. You self-censor because you know the rules, even if no one said them out loud, and you think it's your idea. Foucault called this biopower, the power over bodies, over life itself, not through threats, but through systems that define what's healthy, sane, productive, desirable. Power doesn't just control you, it defines you. You're not born normal. You're told what normal is. He once wrote, "Where there is power, there is resistance." But he didn't mean rebellion. He meant that even your resistance, your rebellion, your therapy, your identity may be shaped by the very forces you think you're fighting. It's a trap with no villain, no tyrant, just doctors, teachers, therapists, algorithms, all working in the name of what's best for you. Foucault didn't believe in escape. He believed in awareness. The moment you think you're free, that's when power has won. So the next time you walk into a school, a hospital, or a meeting, and you sit where you're told, say what's expected, and believe that's just how things are, ask yourself who decided that, and who benefits when you obey. Jacques Derrida, meaning is always slipping away. You pick up a dictionary. You look up a word, let's say justice. It says justice, fairness, or moral rightness. You nod. That seems clear enough. But wait, what's fairness? What's moral? What's rightness? So you flip to those words. Each one leads to another, then another, and another. You never arrive at anything solid. You're just chasing words with more words. This, Jacques Derrida believed, is the terrifying structure of language. There's no final meaning waiting at the bottom of the pile. There is no bottom. Derrida was born in French Algeria in 1930, exiled from school at age 12 for being Jewish under French anti-Semitic laws. He spent the rest of his life digging into the foundations of Western philosophy, trying to understand how we've been fooled, not by a person, not by a regime, but by the very structure of meaning itself. He argued that we treat language like it's a stable mirror of truth. We think a sentence tells us something about the world. We think words point to reality, like arrows. But they don't. Words point to other words. And those words point to more words. He called this infinite deferral difference, a made-up French word that means both difference and deferral. Meaning is always delayed, always displaced, always out of reach. Imagine trying to touch your reflection in a mirror. That's what using language is like. Now here's where it gets darker. We don't just use language, we live inside it. Our identities, our beliefs, our ideologies, our religions, our politics, all constructed from language. From systems of signs and oppositions, black-white, good-evil, male-female, civilized-primitive. And Derrida's point was, those oppositions are not neutral. They're hierarchical. One side always dominates. One side is always considered natural, the other deviant. Language doesn't just describe reality. It constructs it in a way that privileges certain people, ideas, and powers. Even your idea of truth is infected. Let's say a journalist claims to uncover the truth behind an event. Sounds noble. But what sources did they choose? What frame did they use? What metaphors shaped the narrative? You're not hearing the truth. You're hearing a construction of meaning, built with unstable tools. And it gets worse. Derrida pointed out that the more precise and rational we try to make our systems, like in law, science, or philosophy, the more fragile they become. The legal document tries to define every term, but each definition depends on more definitions. Eventually, the whole system becomes a house of cards. He once wrote, "There is nothing outside the text." That doesn't mean the world isn't real. It means that our access to the world is always mediated by language, and language, by its very nature, is unstable. So when you say, I am myself, who is the I? What's myself? How do you know? You don't. You're standing on quicksand. This isn't just abstract. It means every speech you've ever heard, every book you've ever read, every identity you've ever claimed, was shaped by a system that never lets you touch solid ground. And the more you try to fix the meaning, the more you try to lock it down, the more it slips away. That's the horror Derrida uncovered. Meaning isn't just fragile, it's a ghost. Judith Butler. Gender is a performance. You're forced to audition for. Picture a baby being born. Before it even takes a breath, someone looks between its legs and says, it's a boy, or it's a girl. That label becomes a life sentence. From that moment, you're handed a script. You're told how to walk, what toys to like, what emotions are acceptable, how much space you're allowed to take up. And if you deviate, even slightly, you're punished. Not with a prison cell, but with shame. Ridicule, silence, correction. Judith Butler saw this and asked, what if gender isn't something you are but something you're constantly forced to perform? Born in 1956, Butler wasn't trying to provoke for the sake of it. Their work came from deep within the trenches of philosophy, feminism, queer theory, and linguistics. And their most unsettling idea is this. You don't express your gender, you're made to act it out. Not once, not twice. Every day, repeatedly, under pressure. It starts young. A girl wears a dress. People smile. A boy wears a dress. People spare. A girl is praised for being polite. A boy is told not to cry. The performance is being graded constantly. But there's no classroom, no teacher, just a million invisible rules enforced by everyone around you, your parents, your friends, your culture, even yourself. Butler called this gender performativity. That doesn't mean gender is fake. It means it's enforced through repetition. Like a role in a play that you're never allowed to stop acting. You forget where the script ends and where you begin. But here's where it gets darker. We're told we have a true gender identity inside us. Something authentic, something essential. But Butler asked, what if that's just part of the script too? What if the idea that you're really a man or truly a woman is itself a product of cultural repetition? What if we invented the idea of authentic gender just to make the performance feel real? You're not expressing your essence, you're citing what you've seen, quoting the roles that came before you. That's why when someone breaks the script, a boy wears eyeliner, a girl shaves her head, a non-binary person refuses the binary altogether, the reaction is often violent. Not because it's dangerous, but because it exposes the performance. It shows that everyone else is acting too. And people don't like to be reminded of that. Butler never claimed you can escape gender entirely. That's another illusion. You don't step outside the system. Even rebellion becomes part of the game. The punk girl, the drag queen, the trans activist, these aren't outside gender. They're re-performances that reveal the system's cracks. And that's the terrifying part. There's no stable ground to stand on, no natural identity waiting to be uncovered. There's only performance, enforcement, resistance, repetition, and the hope that somewhere, in the gaps between roles, you can breathe for a second as yourself, even if you don't know exactly who that is. Byung-Chul, you exploit yourself and think it's freedom. You wake up, check your phone, reply to messages, clear your inbox, scroll through your feed, open a productivity app, then rush to your desk to start work, or maybe your side hustle. You tell yourself you're being productive. You tell yourself this is your choice. Byung-Chul says, you're not free, you're being exploited. Born in South Korea, trained in Germany, Han is one of the most quietly brutal philosophers of the 21st century. He doesn't scream, he whispers, and makes you realize you're the one holding the whip. In the past, power was obvious. The boss gave orders, the worker obeyed. If you didn't, you were fired, shamed, punished. You knew who was in charge. But in today's world, something far more dangerous has happened. You became your own boss. You became your own Bert. You became your own prison guard. He became your own Bert. You became your own prison guard. Han calls this the society of achievement. And in this society, there are no masters shouting at you. Just 1,000 tiny voices, algorithms, hustle culture, self-help books, Instagram quotes, all whispering the same thing. You can do more. You should do more. You must do more. It's not oppression, it's motivation. And that's what makes it so terrifying. Because when you fail, when you burn out, get depressed, feel worthless, there's no one to blame, no boss, no tyrant, just you. You didn't meditate enough. You didn't grind hard enough. You didn't optimize your morning. You are the problem. This is what Han calls self-exploitation. You are both the slave and the slave driver. You think you're free because no one is forcing you, but you are compelled by yourself, by a version of you shaped by invisible pressures, and it doesn't stop at work. Even your rest has become performance. You wear fitness trackers while you sleep. You gamify your steps. You turn your hobbies into monetizable content. You watch self-improvement videos while eating. Relaxation becomes another item on the to-do list. You are never off the clock. And here's the most disturbing part. You think this is liberation. You post about your productivity. You share your morning routine. You write grind mode in your bio. You market yourself like a product because you are one. In Han's view, we no longer live under the disciplinary society described by Foucault, where institutions like schools, prisons, and hospitals shaped behavior from the outside. Now we live in what Han calls the burnout society, where control comes from within, where you don't need surveillance or punishment because you punish yourself. The result? Rising rates of anxiety, depression, burnout, people collapsing under the weight of their own expectations. Not because someone is cracking a whip, but because they can't stop chasing a version of themselves they were never allowed to define in the first place. Kant's message isn't comforting. He doesn't offer a way out. He simply asks, what kind of freedom is this, if every choice is shaped by pressure to perform? And how can you be free, if the person exploiting you is the voice in your own head? Slavoj Žižek, you don't want what you think you want. Imagine you're watching a romantic movie. A man chases a woman through an airport, pours his heart out, and they kiss. You feel something stir in your chest. You think that's what I want. But Slavoj Žižek would laugh at that. Not because he's cynical, but because he thinks you're confused. Dangerously so. According to Žižek, you don't really want that kiss. You don't want the relationship. You don't want the person. What you want is the wanting. Žižek is a Slovenian philosopher with the energy of a malfunctioning espresso machine and the brain of a cultural detonator. He doesn't just read Freud and Lacan, he shoves them into pop culture, horror movies, toilet humor, and terrorism. He's chaotic, but his point is precise. Desire is not about getting what you want, it's about wanting itself. In other words, you don't suffer because you can't get what you desire. You suffer because desire is a trap that feeds itself. Let's say you crave a luxury car. You save, fantasize, scroll through reviews, build your dream version online. Then you finally buy it. And what happens? 2 weeks later, you're bored. You want something else. The next model. The next status symbol. Why? Because the object was never the real goal. The goal was sustaining the illusion that there's something out there that will finally satisfy you. Žižek calls this the logic of ideology, and it goes deeper than just capitalism or consumerism. It infects your very sense of identity. Think of religion. Some believers don't just love God, they love the idea that there is a God who gives life meaning. Even atheists, Žižek says, often believe in belief. They miss the comfort of someone watching over them, even if they say he doesn't exist. Think of nationalism. People don't just love their country. They love the fantasy of a pure homeland, a noble past, a shared destiny. but none of it ever existed the way they imagine. Even in politics, you think you want justice, change, revolution. But what if what you really want is the struggle, the outrage, the feeling of purpose that comes from fighting? The moment the system actually changes, the pleasure dies. This is what makes Zizek's philosophy so disturbing. It suggests that your most passionate desires, even your noble ones, might be lies you tell yourself to avoid confronting something much darker. There is no final satisfaction. Every time you think, if I just had this, I'd be happy, you're repeating the same loop, the same unconscious theater, because the truth is unbearable, you don't know what you want. And worse, you probably don't want to know. Because if you ever did get exactly what you think you want, you'd realize it's not enough. That it never was. And that means you'd have to face the void beneath it. So instead, you keep circling, consuming, dreaming, fighting, posting, believing, always chasing something, never stopping long enough to ask, what if the chase itself is the cage? Zizek's question is brutal, but honest. If you don't want what you think you want, then who's doing the wanting inside you? Michel Henry, you don't experience the world. Close your eyes. Where are you? You think you're in the room, sitting, maybe lying down, surrounded by things. But none of that, the light, the air, the sound, is actually being experienced directly. What you're really inside is a stream of sensations, a pressure behind your eyes, a dull ache in your back, a pulse in your jaw, a mood, a hunger, a vague restlessness, a flicker of boredom, the taste of something you forgot you ate. This is your life. Michel Henry says, you've never truly seen the world. All you've ever experienced is yourself, from the inside. Most philosophers tell us that consciousness is like a spotlight shining on the world, that to be alive is to be aware of things, objects, events, ideas. Henry says that's wrong. Consciousness isn't about the external, it's about affect, the raw feeling of being. And it's not a spotlight, it's more like being burned. You don't observe your pain. You are submerged in it. When you're ashamed, you don't look at shame like a rock. You are shame. This, Henry argues, is what reality actually is, not the physical world outside you, but the constant inescapable sensation of being alive. And that aliveness is not neutral. It is suffering, not always dramatic. Sometimes it's dull, sometimes it's longing, sometimes it's embarrassment, sometimes it's meaninglessness. But it never stops. You don't need to be tortured to suffer. You just need to exist, because to be alive is to feel the unbearable pressure of having a self, of being something that wants, that remembers, that fears, that aches. You're not watching the world. You're feeling yourself all the time. Henry calls this auto-affection, a terrible phrase, but an even worse realization. Because it means there's no escape from yourself. Not through logic, not through drugs, not through distraction, because even your distractions are just more inner feeling, another texture of your own subjectivity. You go to a party to feel joy, but really, you're trying to escape loneliness. You work to feel purpose, but you're running from emptiness. You sleep, eat, scroll, socialize, pray, to adjust the temperature of your own suffering, but you never leave the burning room. Henry's philosophy offers no comforting objectivity. No world to lose yourself in. No abstract truth to stand on. Because all knowledge is experienced, and all experience is soaked in feeling. And all feeling is you. Even when you say the sky is blue, what you're really reporting is a sensation inside your body. When you say she made me angry, you're not describing her. You're describing a storm inside your chest. You never touch the world. You only ever feel it, from the inside, as yourself. So Henry asks, what does it mean to be human? If the world is never truly outside you, what does it mean to say reality? When the only thing you're ever submerged in is your own inner vibration, your fear, your pressure, your guilt, your wanting. You are not a thinker. not an observer. You are a wound that feels itself, and you can never look away. Thomas Metzinger, the self doesn't exist. You think you have a self. You think there's a you inside your head, something stable, continuous, observing the world through your eyes, deciding what to do next. Thomas Metzinger says, that's a hallucination. You are not who you think you are. You are a model running on a meat computer, and that model thinks it's real. Metzinger is a German philosopher and cognitive scientist who spent decades studying consciousness, neuroscience, and the illusion of identity. And he came to one conclusion. Nobody has ever been anyone. Start with your own body. You close your eyes and touch your nose. You say, that's me. But you're not touching you. You're touching a body, and your brain is generating the sensation of ownership, an internal map saying this is mine. In fact, when researchers stimulate certain parts of the brain, electrically or chemically, patients can feel like their limbs don't belong to them, or that they've floated outside their body, or that they're watching themselves from across the room. All it takes is a tweak in the brain's mapping system. That's what Metzinger calls the phenomenal self-model, a simulation created inside the brain to represent the organism. It feels like a person. It has a name, a story, memories, goals, but it's no more real than a character in a video game believing it's alive. Yourself is just the brain's best guess at managing a complex body in a complex world. And like any guess, it can glitch. Ever wake up and feel disconnected from your body? Ever lose track of time while driving, then suddenly snap back to yourself? Ever feel like your thoughts aren't yours? That's the self-model shifting. Now here's the scary part. The self-model doesn't know it's a model. It can't. That's the point. If it did, it wouldn't work. The illusion has to be perfect, so you can navigate the world, make decisions, and stay alive. So the model says, this is me, I exist. But there's no one home. There's no thinker behind the thoughts, no little person in your head, just billions of neurons simulating being someone and believing it. That's why Metzinger says we should abandon the myth of the self in ethics, in psychology, in society. Because when we cling to the illusion, we build systems, prisons, punishments, praise, based on something that doesn't actually exist. When you say, I hate myself, what do you mean? Which part of you is hating which other part? The illusion is folding in on itself. Metzinger's critics say this idea is dangerous, that people need a sense of self to stay sane, that removing the I could lead to nihilism. But Metzinger doesn't say you don't feel like a self. You do. It's just that this feeling is a construct, no more real than a shadow thinking it's a statue. And once you understand that, everything changes. You stop seeing yourself as a solid thing moving through time. You stop identifying with every thought or impulse. You stop clinging to the idea that there's a fixed you that must be preserved. And you start to see what's really there. A process, a flow, a simulation, thinking it's a soul. Galen Strawson, you are not the same person you were a moment ago. You think your life is a story, a continuous unfolding narrative, a beginning, middle, and end. Maybe a few mistakes along the way, but all held together by a single thread. You. Galen Strawson says that's a lie. He doesn't mean you're confused. He means the story itself is fiction, because you're not a story. You're not even a stable person. You're just a series of moments pretending to be one. Strawson is a British philosopher who calls himself a transient, not because he moves a lot, but because he believes the self doesn't persist. And the disturbing part, he's not talking about trauma or mental illness or extreme cases. He's talking about everyone. Start with memory. Try to remember what you were thinking yesterday morning. Try to feel what it felt like to be you last year. It's gone. At best, you have a faded snapshot, an interpretation. But the actual experience, the you of that time, no longer exists. That person is dead. In fact, even the you reading this sentence will disappear by the time you reach the next one. Sure, your body's still here, your name, your job, but the subjective self, the I behind the eyes, keeps refreshing like a web page. You're not one person with a timeline. You're a stream of self-experiences, constantly rising and fading. Most people don't believe this. They're what Strawson calls narratives. People who think they are their story, that their past defines them, that they're building towards something, that there's a core identity underneath it all. But Strawson says that's just psychological fiction. You don't experience your life as a story. You experience it as now, and then now again, and then now again. Each moment, a flicker of self arises, thinks, feels, wants, then vanishes. You are not a story being written. You are a string of sparks, and here's the disturbing consequence. Responsibility, guilt, pride, forgiveness, all built on sand. How can you hold someone accountable for something they did 5 years ago when that person no longer exists? How can you forgive your past self when they're gone and you're someone else? You say, but I remember it. Sure, but memory isn't identity. It's just data carried forward by the machine of your brain, the one that used to run a different version of you. Think of it this way. Every morning, you wake up as a new person, inside a body with someone else's history. You inherit their mistakes, their regrets, their traumas, their debts, and you're told, this is you, but it's not. It never was. You're just the current moment, the one now, reading this, thinking, and soon, even this version will be gone. That's why Strawson rejects the cult of personal growth, redemption arcs, or becoming your best self. Because there is no long-term self to perfect. There is only this flicker, and then another, and another. Each one thinking it's permanent. Each one wrong. Miguel de Unamuno, consciousness is a disease. Miguel de Unamuno didn't romanticize human consciousness. He didn't see it as a gift, a divine spark, or the crowning achievement of evolution. He saw it as a sickness, the condition that makes suffering possible. And once you see it his way, it's hard to unsee. Imagine a dog. It lies in the sun. It itches its ear. It eats. It sleeps. It doesn't worry about taxes or death, or the meaning of life. It doesn't write diaries or cry in the shower. It doesn't wonder what it's supposed to be doing. The dog just is. Now imagine a man. Same sun, same itch, but he can't relax. Because in the back of his mind is a scream he can't silence. I'm going to die. This is what consciousness does. It allows us to reflect, but also to dread, to love, but also to mourn, to think, but also to spiral. Unamuno believed that to be truly aware is to suffer. Because once you're aware of yourself, of time, of death, of meaning, you're no longer just living, you're observing your own decay. You don't just feel pain, you feel the fact that you feel pain, and that you can't escape it. You feel time passing and you know it won't stop. You watch yourself fail, and then watch yourself watching yourself fail. This recursive torment, this metaconsciousness, is the curse of being human. Unamuno didn't say this as a joke or a metaphor. He meant it literally. In his writings, he calls the human condition a tragedy, not because of war or poverty, but because we are beings who know that we will cease to be. And we can't stop knowing it. Religion doesn't fix it. Philosophy doesn't fix it. Even belief in immortality, he argued, is just a symptom of the disease, a desperate hallucination to soothe the unbearable truth. So what are we left with? A mind that can't stop asking questions. A heart that can't stop fearing its own stillness, and a soul, if it exists, that was born to suffer its own awareness. Unamuno's own life mirrored this torment. He believed deeply in God, but doubted constantly. He longed for immortality, but couldn't prove it. He preached faith, but admitted his faith was built on agony, not peace. In fact, he wrote that real belief isn't comfort, it's conflict. It's standing between the absurdity of death and the hunger for eternity, and refusing to look away. He once said, "Man dies of cold, not of darkness." We don't die because life is meaningless. We die because we feel the chill of that meaninglessness, and it breaks us. You can escape many things. You can turn off the TV, leave the job, end the relationship, walk out of the room. But you can't escape yourself. You can't escape the awareness that you're you, and that you won't last. Consciousness is a mirror you can't smash. You can only stare. Émile Søren, life itself is the mistake. Émile Søren once wrote, "It is not worth the bother of killing yourself, since you always kill yourself too late." He didn't mean it as a joke. Émile Søren wasn't depressed in the clinical sense. He was philosophically disgusted with existence itself. He believed that life is a cosmic error, a biological accident that never should have happened. Most thinkers ask, what is the meaning of life? Émile Søren asked, why did life begin at all? He was born in Romania in 1911. A brilliant student, fluent in 5 languages, but spiritually allergic to optimism. He spent his days walking the hills of Paris and writing in French about the unbearable weight of being alive. He didn't sugarcoat it. He said existence is obscenity, that to be born is to be condemned to awareness, to longing, to boredom, to decline, all wrapped in the illusion of meaning. And the root of all this suffering, consciousness. You don't suffer because the world is cruel. You suffer because you know it's cruel. You feel it. You understand it. You reflect on it endlessly. If a tree breaks in the forest, it just breaks. If you break, you think about it for years. In one of his more chilling reflections, Søren imagines a universe where life never arose. Just silence. Just rocks. No pain, no hope, no failure, just peace. And then by some misstep, some evolutionary twitch, a nervous system was born. And it learned to scream. That was the fall. Not from Eden, from non-existence, into this. Søren says even our best moments, joy, love, beauty, are just temporary distractions from the deeper absurdity. You fall in love, you feel alive, but beneath it, always, is the ticking clock. You will rot. They will rot. And no memory of either of you will survive. So why do we go on? Søren didn't pretend to have an answer. He said that lucidity is the curse. Once you truly understand your situation, the futility, the fragility, the endless repetition, you can't go back to pretending. You still eat. You still work. You still talk to friends, but you do it as a ghost. Even his writing was infected with this awareness. It wasn't structured like normal philosophy. It didn't build arguments. It bled. Aphorisms, cries, razor-sharp insights, like someone carving the truth into a wall with a broken nail. He wrote, "The fact that life has no meaning is a reason to live. Moreover, only optimists commit suicide. The others are too weak to do it. To live is to lose ground." These weren't jokes. They were revelations, delivered from the far edge of despair. And yet he kept going. He lived into his 80s. Not because he found hope, but because he accepted the absurdity of continuing to live without reason, without meaning, without illusion. That to him was the only form of honesty left. Søren saw life not as a gift, but as an affliction, one that starts with birth and ends, mercifully, with death. You didn't ask to be here, and the only true rebellion is to stare into the abyss and whisper, "I see you." Immanuel Levinas, you are forever responsible for the other's suffering. You walk past a man curled up on the sidewalk. Maybe he's cold, maybe he's dying. You tell yourself you're late. You didn't cause this, someone else will help. You walk on. But in the philosophy of Immanuel Levinas, you've just committed a form of violence, not physical but existential. Because Levinas believed that the face of the other is a demand, a command that says, you are responsible for me, even if you've never met, even if you don't understand, even if you had nothing to do with their suffering. You are still responsible. Levinas was a Jewish philosopher, born in Lithuania in 1906. He survived the Holocaust, but just barely. He was captured by the Nazis and spent years in a prison camp. His family was murdered. His community wiped out, and yet his philosophy doesn't scream for revenge or power. It insists on ethics. Is nicitike, not ethics in the abstract, not rules or systems. Levinas means something far more disturbing. The moment another person looks at you, you are no longer free. Because now you know they exist, and once you've seen their suffering, their vulnerability, you cannot pretend you are innocent. He calls this the ethical relation. It doesn't begin with reason. It begins with shock. Imagine a child crying in the dark. You hear it. You freeze. You're not analyzing a moral dilemma. You're already implicated. Their suffering has entered your world, and now it belongs to you. Or imagine a man crawling from a bombed-out building, blood on his face. You look away. That moment of turning is the moment of violence. Levinas says, the face of the other is infinite. You will never fully understand them. But their presence interrupts your world, your plans, your self-centered story. That interruption is what makes you human. And here's where it gets darker. You don't get to choose this responsibility. You can't opt out. You're born into it. Even if the other person hates you, even if they would never do the same for you, even if they are a complete stranger, you are still bound to them because they suffer. Levinas believed this is the foundation of all morality. Not contracts, not rules, not reason, responsibility without agreement, without escape. Critics ask, what if the other is dangerous? What if they lie? What if they hurt you? Levinas answers, you are still responsible. Not in the sense that you should let yourself be destroyed, but in the deeper sense that yourself is no longer yours. To be a self, for Levinas, is to carry the weight of the other even when it crushes you. It's a terrifying idea. Because it means you are never just minding your own business. Every face you see, on the street, on the news, in your memory, is a claim on your freedom. And every time you look away, you choose yourself over the other. And in that choice, something dies. Alain Badiou, love is the only truth, and it terrifies us. Alain Badiou doesn't believe in fairy tale love. He doesn't think love is a feeling, or a chemistry, or a reward. He doesn't even think love is romantic. He thinks it's a rupture in reality, a violent break in your self-contained world. And once it happens, you're never the same. To understand Badiou's view of love, you have to forget Hollywood, forget destiny, forget soulmates, forget the warm glow of mutual validation. Because Badiou believes real love is a terrifying philosophical event. Let's say you live like most people, inside your own little world. You pursue your goals. You protect your identity. You control your space. It's coherent. It's safe. Then you meet someone, not someone who completes you, someone who shatters you, because now there is an other, and they see the world differently. They break your perspective open. You're no longer the center. You're two, Badiou calls love. A truth procedure, like science, politics, or art. Love is one of the rare events that produces new truth. But truth here doesn't mean facts. It means a new way of being, a new way of seeing the world, through the experience of difference. Love isn't about finding yourself. It's about losing yourself and building a new shared world with someone else, one filled with risk, unpredictability, and exposure. And that's why it's terrifying. Because to really love, according to Badiou, is to give up your armor. You must admit you don't control everything. You must admit you don't control everything. You must let another person change you. You must stake your identity on something radically uncertain. That's why most people settle for fantasy. They want passion without transformation. They want connections without consequences. They swipe, scroll, ghost, always seeking intensity without disruption. But Badiou says, that's not love. That's consumerism disguised as intimacy. Real love isn't clean. It's not perfect. It's not safe. It begins with an encounter, often random, often inconvenient. Two people from two worlds, and if they dare, they begin something. Not a relationship, a construction. A lifelong process of building a shared truth out of their differences. Badiou tells the story of walking through Paris. After a fight with his partner, he feels isolated, bitter. Then he sees something small, a child laughing, a tree in bloom, and realizes that even in pain, this world is one they built together. A world that didn't exist before love, and that is the miracle. Not ecstasy, not perfection, but persistence. Staying when it's hard, speaking when you want to flee. Seeing the world through their eyes, even when it costs you. That's why Badiou calls love revolutionary. Because in a world obsessed with individualism, love demands surrender. Not to the other, but to the unknown future you create together. Blaise Pascal, reason cannot save you. Blaise Pascal was a mathematical genius. By age 16, he was already inventing a new branch of geometry. By 19, he built one of the world's first mechanical calculators. By 23, he nearly died in a carriage accident and never saw the world the same way again. After that, his mind turned away from numbers and toward God. Not because he stopped being rational, but because he followed reason as far as it could go, and found a cliff. Pascal believed that reason is limited. Not just practically, but fundamentally. It can measure, predict, and deduce. But it cannot tell you why you exist, or what you should value, or what happens after you die. And that, he thought, was the greatest illusion of modern man. Thinking that reason can answer ultimate questions. It can't. And if you think it can, you're lying to yourself, hiding behind logic to avoid the unbearable weight of human existence. Pascal saw this most clearly in how people lived. You wake up, you go to work, you distract yourself with entertainment. You make money, you complain, you chase pleasure, you avoid boredom, and you act like this is normal. But what are you really doing? You're avoiding the silence. The silence that would force you to face the fact that your life is tiny, fragile, and rushing toward death. He wrote, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. Why? Because the moment you do, the moment you're not distracted, the horror creeps in. What if nothing you do matters? What if death is the end? What if you're wasting your life chasing shadows? Pascal didn't think these questions could be answered with science or reason. He thought they required a leap, not into fantasy, but into faith. This is where his famous wager comes in. He said, look, reason can't prove whether God exists or not, but we still have to make a choice. To believe or not, so consider the consequences. If you believe in God, and you're wrong, you lose very little. If you believe and you're right, you gain everything, eternal life, meaning, purpose. But if you don't believe and you're wrong, you lose everything. Forever. In other words, even if belief in God can't be proven, it's the better bet. Many critics misunderstood Pascal's wager as a cheap trick, a game of cosmic odds. But that's not the point. Pascal wasn't trying to manipulate people into pretending to believe. He was forcing them to face the fact that neutrality is a lie. You are already wagering with your life. Every day you wake up and choose what matters to you, what you care about, what you ignore. Even if you reject all belief, you're still betting on something. Pascal just wanted you to be honest about it. He said that human beings are a thinking reed, fragile like grass, but able to reflect, and in that reflection lies our dignity and our despair. We're capable of immense understanding. We can unlock the laws of the cosmos, but we can't understand ourselves. Why are we here? Why do we suffer? Why do we love? Why do we fear death so deeply, and yet rush toward it in how we live? Pascal saw clearly what few dared admit. Reason cannot save you. It's a flashlight in a vast, dark forest. It helps, but it doesn't show you the way out. To survive, spiritually, existentially, you must risk something deeper. You must confront the void and choose, not with proof, but with your whole being. Plotinus. The physical world is a lie. Imagine you're in a darkened theater. On the screen you see a story. Light, color, sound, all vivid. You get absorbed. You forget the seat beneath you, the people around you, even yourself. Now imagine someone taps your shoulder and says, "This isn't real." That's how Plotinus saw the physical world. Born in Roman Egypt in the 3rd century, Plotinus was one of the last great philosophers of antiquity. He took Plato's most disturbing idea, that reality as we know it is a shadow of something greater, and turned it into a full-blown metaphysical system. He believed the world you see, the one you can touch, hear, taste, is not the real world. It's a reflection, a distortion, a projection of something deeper. And that something deeper is the one, not God in a personal, judgmental sense, not a bearded man in the sky. The one has no shape, no face, no personality. It's the source of all existence, infinite, perfect, beyond thought. The one doesn't think. It overflows. From this overflow comes nous, the realm of pure intellect, abstract truths, the structure of all reality. From nous flows psyche, the soul of the world and the many individual souls within it. And finally, as the last and most degraded layer, comes the material world. Plotinus called matter the farthest distance from truth. The visible world is a kind of cosmic fog, beautiful, yes, but blurry and low resolution compared to the divine clarity above it. And human beings, we are souls trapped in bodies, not as punishment, but as forgetfulness. Our true home is above. We've just forgotten who we are. He compared the soul to a person staring into a dirty mirror. It thinks it sees itself clearly, but what it sees is a twisted, flickering version. The more it becomes obsessed with the reflection, wealth, beauty, fame, sensation, the more it loses touch with what it really is. This wasn't just metaphor for Plotinus. He lived it. His student, Porphyry, recorded that Plotinus was deeply uncomfortable with his body. He never celebrated his birthday. He refused to talk about his parents. He thought anchoring your identity in the material world was a kind of death. One time, when asked if he wanted his portrait painted, he answered, "Isn't it enough to carry around the image in which nature has enclosed us without leaving behind a longer-lasting image?" To him, obsession with the body, with appearance, appetite, ego, was like staring into the shadows and calling them real. The goal of life, for Plotinus, was ascent. Not through death, but through philosophical purification. Turning away from the distractions of the senses and turning inward, past memory, past emotion, past thought, to reconnect with the one. And here's where it gets even stranger. Plotinus believed that if you purify yourself completely, if you shed all illusion, you can experience union with the one. He described it like being dissolved in light, not seeing the divine, but becoming it, if only for a moment. He experienced this 4 times in his life, not as visions, as annihilation of the self. No thought, no division, just pure being. Afterward, you return to the body, to hunger, to confusion, to pain. But you remember, however dimly, that what we call reality is the weakest version of existence. That beauty, truth, and goodness exist in their true forms elsewhere, and you're just seeing shadows. So the next time you stare into the mirror and feel lost, maybe it's not the world that's confusing. Maybe it's you, staring at the projection, thinking it's home, when the real world is waiting behind it. Zhuangzi. Your life is just a dream. One morning, the ancient Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi woke up confused. He had just dreamed he was a butterfly. Not a man dreaming of being a butterfly, but a real butterfly, fluttering through the air with no awareness of anything human. And now that he was awake, he had a question. Was he Zhuangzi, dreaming of being a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuangzi? This wasn't a clever riddle. It was the starting point of a deeper and far more disturbing idea. You cannot prove that your reality is real. You eat, you sleep, you talk to people. But every single bit of it could be part of a dream you just haven't woken up from yet. Zhuangzi wasn't saying this as a scientist. He wasn't trying to solve consciousness with experiments. He was saying this as someone who deeply distrusted the idea of certainty. He lived during the Warring States period of China, a time of endless battles between kingdoms and endless debates between philosophers. Every school of thought claimed to have the right answer, the perfect morality, the true way to govern, the correct rules for behavior. Zhuangzi thought this was all a joke. Not because people were dumb, but because the world itself is ungraspable. He watched people argue over who was right, and he saw children pretending to argue over who had the better mud pie. Same energy. Because the moment you claim to know something with total confidence, the moment you say this is the truth, you've already blinded yourself. Take an example he gave. A fish in a pond. One philosopher says, "That fish is happy." Another replies, "You are not a fish." "How do you know?" And Zhuangzi laughs. "How do you know?" "I don't know." He's not just playing verbal games. He's exposing how flimsy our knowledge is, how little of the world we actually experience, how much we assume based on stories, categories, or habits of thought. He believed all our distinctions, life versus death, good versus evil, human versus animal, are temporary illusions, useful sometimes, but fundamentally arbitrary. Just like in a dream, things seem to have meaning while they're happening, but when you wake up, you see it differently. That's what he believed enlightenment really was, waking up from the illusion of fixed meaning. He once told a story of a man who lost his foot and became a wandering philosopher. Another had his nose cut off and became a famous teacher. Another was so disfigured that people fled at the sight of him, yet he spoke of truth with more clarity than anyone else. The lesson? What you call misfortune may not be misfortune at all. What you call identity may be a mask. What you call real may just be fog. So what should you do? Chimnung, she wasn't nihilistic. He didn't say nothing matters. He said, stop clinging. Stop clinging to fixed beliefs, fixed roles, fixed goals. The world flows, shifts, and dissolves, like a dream, like water, like the butterfly flying in and out of your imagination. If you let go and stop grasping at control, you might begin to live in harmony with the day, the way. Not by obeying rules, but by flowing with change. He once described the perfect butcher. A man who never had to sharpen his knife, not because the blade was magical, but because he had learned how to move with the grain of the animal. He didn't fight it, he followed its natural lines. Life is the same. You can try to control everything, or you can move with it, gently, wisely, without ego. And when people asked him what happens after death, he said, "Last night I dreamed I was a man. Tonight I might dream I'm a butterfly again." Then he smiled and walked away. Nagaruna, all things are empty. Imagine you're walking through a forest. You see a snake on the path. You jump back in fear, only to realize it's just a rope. The fear was real, but the snake wasn't. Now ask yourself this. What if everything you believe is like that snake? What if every object, every self, every idea is empty? That's what Nagarjuna argued. He lived in India around the 2nd century, and he took the Buddha's teachings further than anyone had dared. Where the Buddha taught that there's no permanent soul, Nagarjuna said there's no permanent anything. Chairs, trees, pain, justice, time, you, me, none of them exist independently. They only exist relationally, and when you look too closely, they vanish. Take something simple like a cart. What is a cart? Is it the wheels? If you take them off, is it still a cart? Is it the axle, the wooden boards, the shape, the function? No matter how you try to define it, the cart turns out to be just a label for a temporary assembly of parts. And if you keep breaking those parts down, wood into molecules, molecules into atoms, atoms into quarks, you never find a cart, you just find pieces, and pieces of pieces, each depending on something else. Now do the same with yourself. Are you your body, your memories, your emotions? All of these change. All of them depend on causes. All of them are empty. Of independent identity, Nagarjuna called this shunyata, emptiness. But don't confuse it with nothingness. He didn't mean the world doesn't exist. He meant the world doesn't exist the way we think it does, as solid, stable, graspable. Think of a rainbow. You can see it. It's beautiful, but try to touch it, and it disappears. It's real, but only from a certain point of view. Emptiness means that everything is like that rainbow, temporary, conditional, lacking any permanent core. This has terrifying consequences, because it doesn't just apply to objects. It applies to truth, language, even logic. Nagarjuna famously dismantled every philosophical position of his time. Whenever someone tried to pin down an idea, the self exists. The self doesn't exist. There is something. There is nothing. He showed how the statement collapsed into contradiction. One of his most brutal arguments: if everything depends on causes to exist, then causes themselves must depend on something else. So even causality, the bedrock of reason, is empty. He didn't offer replacements. He didn't propose a new system. He destroyed the very idea that any system could be final. His most famous line: "The highest truth is that there is no truth." To some this sounds like madness or nihilism. But Nagarjuna saw it as liberation, because if all things are empty, then no suffering is final. No identity is fixed. No belief is absolute. If you're trapped in a mental prison, the walls aren't real. They're made of concepts, and once you stop clinging to them, the prison disappears. This is why some call Nagarjuna the Buddhist Wittgenstein, a philosopher who used language to show the limits of language. And the disturbing part: you can't escape his logic. He used your own tools, your categories, your reasoning to turn them against you. You try to stand on firm ground. He pulls out the floor. You cling to the wall. He shows it's made of air. And what's left? Silence. Not the silence of ignorance, but the silence that comes after you realize the snake was never there. That you don't have to run anymore, because there's nothing solid to fear or to hold on to. Dogen, time is not what you think it is. You're sitting in a room, the clock ticks. In a moment, in another, you're watching time, like it's something flowing past you. But what if that's completely backwards? What if you are what time looks like in motion? In the 13th century, the Japanese Zen monk Dogen wrote something that still baffles and disturbs philosophers to this day. Time is existence, not a container, not a river, not a thing that passes. Time is what it means for anything to be. Dogen grew up in a society obsessed with ritual. In Buddhist monasteries, monks debated scriptures, obeyed lineages, and memorized chants. But when Dogen was a young boy, his mother died, and at her funeral, he saw the smoke rise from the incense and asked a question that would define his life: if everything is impermanent, why does anything matter? He couldn't find a satisfying answer in Japan, so he left. At just 23, he sailed to China and found a very different kind of Buddhism, not in words, but in silence. Monks sweeping the floor, cooking rice, sitting still for hours. When he returned home, he brought back something radical. You don't use time, you are time. Take something simple, like making tea. You think of it as a sequence. First you boil water, then pour, then drink. But Dogen says, there is no before or after. Each moment is its own complete reality. Boiling is not the past of pouring. Drinking is not the future of boiling. Each one is a whole world, existing fully, only once. That means you're not moving through time, you're being time. Your body aging, your thoughts changing, your emotions rising and falling. This is time itself. And here's where it gets deeply unsettling. If each moment is its own complete reality, then nothing is truly continuous. There's no solid thread called you, moving through time, just moment after moment, each one building and erasing the person you think you are. Like a flame flickering so fast it looks steady, but it's not. There's no permanent fire, just sparks. Dogen didn't mean this metaphorically. He meant your sense of self, your memories, your plans, your identity, is like a movie, a series of still frames projected rapidly. You mistake the blur for a stable you, but each frame is its own birth and death. In his most famous writing, Uji, literally being time, he goes even further. He says that mountains, rivers, trees, and stars are all moments of time. That everything you see, touch, or feel is not in time. It is time, manifesting. And death? Death is not something that happens to you in time. It's just another expression of time. A different moment, a different being, a different you. So what does this mean for your daily life? It means every tiny act, washing your hands, folding laundry, even waiting in line, is not leading somewhere else. It's not a stepping stone. It is your life. Most people live like they're preparing for something, as if the present is rehearsal. They think meaning comes later. Dogen saw this as a trap, because later never comes. There is no later. There is only now, and now. So when monks asked him, "How do I attain enlightenment?" he said, "Chop wood, carry water, sit, breathe." Not because those acts have hidden meaning, but because they are the meaning if you do them with full awareness that this moment is all there is. This isn't comforting. It means you don't get to escape your current moment. There's no shortcut to a better life. No future self to blame or rely on. Just this breath, this heartbeat, this second, and then it's gone. And what remains? The next moment, a new you, a new world, over and over, until there's nothing left but time itself, becoming you, one vanishing second at a time. Rousseau, civilization is a prison. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was the kind of man who could sit in a garden, hear birds chirping, feel the wind on his face, and then look back at society and see a cage. Born in Geneva in 1712, Rousseau wasn't a typical Enlightenment thinker. While others praised science, industry, and reason, Rousseau suspected it all came at a devastating cost. He believed that the more we become civilized, the more we become enslaved, not by kings, not by dictators, but by our own desire to be accepted. He told a story, not a real one, but a myth, about the first man to build a fence and say, "This is mine." That man, he said, was the true inventor of inequality, because before that, humans were free, not free in some utopia. He wasn't romanticizing cavemen, but free in a deeper sense, free from comparison, free from envy, free from the constant need to be more than someone else. In the state of nature, as Rousseau called it, humans were solitary, peaceful, and self-sufficient. They lived simply. They had no need to impress. But once we built cities, wrote laws, and created social roles, everything changed. Now you had neighbors, status, property, applause, shame. You stopped asking, "Am I okay?" and started asking, "Am I better than him?" This is what Rousseau called amour propre, self-love based on the opinions of others. And it's one of the most disturbing ideas in modern philosophy, that we've built our entire world around impressing people who don't care about us. You don't wear a tie because it's comfortable. You don't drive a luxury car because it gets better mileage. You don't post online to feel nothing. We are performing constantly. And the deeper we go into civilization, the more performance becomes identity. You're not just a person. You're a résumé, a brand, a curated self. And this doesn't just affect the rich. Rousseau believed even morality becomes fake. People act kind, not to be good, but to be seen as good. Generosity becomes PR. Honesty becomes a strategy. Even love becomes a transaction. And the worst part, you start to internalize it. You discipline yourself. You correct your behavior not out of freedom, but because you fear social death. Embarrassment becomes more terrifying than hunger. Rejection feels worse than pain. You are no longer locked in a cell. You are the cell, and you've decorated it with medals, job titles, social approval, and applause. When Rousseau wrote The Social Contract, He opened it with one of the most chilling lines in political theory. Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains. He didn't mean physical chains. He meant psychological ones. Invisible ones. The kind that bind you the moment you care what others think and shackle you tighter the more successful you become. So what's the way out? Rousseau didn't believe we could go back to nature. That world was gone. But he did believe in something called the general will, a form of collective decision-making where people could act not in selfish interest, but for the common good. Unfortunately, later revolutionaries misused this idea. In the French Revolution, it became an excuse for mass executions. If you disagreed with the people, you were the enemy of freedom. That's the risk of Rousseau's philosophy. It sees how society enslaves us, but offers no perfect solution. You can run to the forest. You can rebel against the system. But the desire for status, to be admired, accepted, loved, follows you. It's inside you. And unless you find a way to escape that need, unless you stop performing, civilization is just a prettier prison. One where the bars are invisible and everyone smiles while locked inside. Rawls. You wouldn't accept this world if you didn't know your role in it. Imagine this. You're about to be born, but you don't know anything about your future. Not your gender, not your race, not your parents, not your country, not your health, not your IQ, nothing. You're behind what philosopher John Rawls called the veil of ignorance. And from behind that veil, you're asked one question. What kind of world would you be willing to be born into, no matter who you turn out to be? Would you design a world where the rich live in mansions and the poor sleep in tents, hoping you're one of the lucky ones? Would you build a justice system where your trial depends on whether you can afford a good lawyer? Would you create schools funded by neighborhood taxes, knowing you might end up in the worst part of town? Rawls believed that if people had to make these decisions without knowing their future role, without knowing whether they'd be privileged or powerless, they would choose a radically fairer society. Because no one wants to wake up poor, disabled, sick, abused, or imprisoned. And yet, this is exactly the world we've built. John Rawls wasn't trying to destroy capitalism. He wasn't a revolutionary. He was a quiet man. A professor at Harvard, but in 1971, he published a theory of justice and changed moral philosophy forever. His idea was simple and devastating. Fairness only exists when luck is removed from the equation. That's what the veil of ignorance does. It removes the lottery of birth. It forces you to think ethically, not selfishly. But once you apply it to the real world, things get uncomfortable fast. Take healthcare. If you didn't know whether you'd be born healthy or sick, rich or poor, would you design a system where people die because they can't afford insulin? Or education? Would you be okay with schools that give some kids iPads and others leaky ceilings, knowing you could be either, or safety? Would you be fine with neighborhoods flooded with police, others protected by lawyers, when you don't know where you'll grow up? Rawls wasn't naive. He didn't argue for total equality. He accepted that people have different talents and will achieve different outcomes. But he argued that those differences are morally arbitrary. You didn't earn your genes, you didn't choose your family. So society must be arranged in a way where those at the bottom still do okay. He called this the difference principle, that inequalities are only just if they benefit the least well-off. And this idea is deeply disturbing, because it forces you to admit something you don't want to admit. That most of what you have, you didn't earn. Your intelligence, luck, your upbringing, chance, your survival, a statistical accident. Rawls shows us a mirror, and in it we see the truth. We've built a world we would never consciously choose from behind the veil. A world we defend only because we already know we've won the birth lottery. And the scariest part? Once you take off the veil, it's almost impossible to put it back on. You make excuses. You rationalize. You say things like life isn't fair, or that's just how the world works. Because if you really believed in fairness, if you really stood behind Rawls's veil, you'd have to rebuild everything. And deep down you know you won't. Thoreau, your life is quiet slavery. In 1846, a tax collector knocked on the door of a small cabin in the woods of Massachusetts. The man inside refused to pay. He said the government supported slavery and unjust war, so he wouldn't give it a cent. They threw him in jail. His name was Henry David Thoreau. He spent just one night behind bars. Someone, probably his aunt, paid the tax for him. But that one night was enough. Because what he saw wasn't a jail cell. It was a metaphor for the world outside. You think you're free, you're not. Thoreau believed most people were slaves, not in chains, but in spirit. He wrote, "The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation," and he meant it literally. Look at your day. You wake up too early. You dress in clothes you didn't choose. You sit in traffic. You clock in. You spend 8 hours doing something you wouldn't do unless someone paid you. You go home too tired to think. You numb yourself. You sleep. You repeat. That's not freedom. That's obedience. Thoreau believed modern life was a form of voluntary servitude, and worse, most people were proud of it. They called it being responsible, being realistic, being successful. But Thoreau had a question: what are you actually living for? He watched men work themselves to death to afford land, clothes, and furniture. He called it a kind of madness, people trading their entire lives for things they don't need to impress people they don't like. And the system encourages it. Capitalism rewards the obedient. Schools train you to sit still, follow rules, and not question authority. Jobs demand you perform productivity, even when nothing meaningful gets done. You're told to consume, stay busy, keep quiet. And if you stop, even for a moment, you're called lazy. Thoreau didn't just criticize. He walked away. He built a cabin at Walden Pond, lived off the land, grew beans, watched ants, walked in the woods. He wanted to test one idea: what happens when you stop playing the game? He wasn't trying to escape society forever. He wasn't a hermit. He still went into town. He still talked to people. But he wanted to prove that life could be lived differently, that you don't need to spend your life chasing things you don't want. And that's what made him dangerous, because Thoreau didn't say fight the system. He said something scarier: step outside it. Don't work harder. Don't climb higher. Just leave. And the reason that's so disturbing is that deep down many people suspect he's right. You don't need more stuff. You need less fear of being different, less fear of being poor, less fear of stepping off the path. Everyone says you must follow, but almost no one does it. Because even if you feel like a slave, at least you're surrounded by other slaves, and that feels safer than being free and alone. Thoreau died in his 40s. He never became rich, he never held office, but his writings on civil disobedience would later inspire Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. because he understood something most people don't. Freedom doesn't come from voting. It doesn't come from success. It comes from the terrifying radical act of refusing. George Bataille. Eroticism is the urge toward death. George Bataille didn't believe in comforting ideas. He wasn't here to soothe you. He wanted to rip the mask off civilization and show you the animal underneath, drooling, trembling, violent, erotic, and headed straight for death. Born in 1897, Bataille was a French writer who never really fit in. He started as a librarian. Then he wrote books that mixed philosophy, pornography, mysticism, and horror. He wasn't just trying to disturb you. He was trying to tell the truth, a truth most philosophers ignore. That life is always reaching toward its own destruction. He called it expenditure, a force inside us that wants to waste, exceed, cross limits, and ultimately break down. You see it in war, in sacrifice, in riots, in laughter, in orgasm, in drunkenness, in art, in self-harm, in religion. For Bataille, eroticism wasn't about sex. It was about what happens when boundaries collapse, when the neat distinction between you and another person, between life and death, breaks apart, even if only for a moment. That's why sex, for him, always flirts with violence, shame, and destruction. It's not about reproduction. It's about transgression. The moment you violate the rules, the moment you feel like you're no longer in control, the moment your body overtakes your mind. And this isn't a flaw, it's the point. Civilization teaches us to work, save, build, behave, but underneath, something darker pulses. A desire to waste, to burn, to bleed, to destroy the very things we build. Plato studied ancient rituals where people sacrificed animals or even humans to the gods, not to gain something, but to lose something, to give up life, to throw it away. Why? Because the sacred doesn't come from usefulness. It comes from loss, from rupture, from breaking. What's ordinary, even in modern life, we still do it, just differently. We watch horror movies. We binge until we're sick. We fall in love with people who ruin us. We drive fast. We cut ourselves. We gamble everything. We get drunk not to enjoy, but to obliterate. We think we're chasing pleasure, but often we're chasing the edge of death. Plato believed this is what makes us human, not logic, not reason, but this deep irrational urge to undo ourselves. That's why he said, eroticism is assenting to life even in death. To live is to know you'll die and keep going. To love is to know it could break you and say yes anyway. That's why orgasm, which the French literally call la petite mort, the little death, became for him a symbol of the sacred. Because it's the moment where your ego dies, where identity dissolves, where the neat little structure you've spent your whole life maintaining melts, and for one terrifying second, you feel free. Plato believed most philosophy was sterile, too afraid to get its hands dirty. But if you want to understand human nature, you have to go into the pit, into the irrational, the obscene, the sacred, the violent, the ecstatic. He didn't offer a solution. He wasn't trying to fix us. He just wanted to describe what we are. Animals pretending to be civilized, trembling at the edge of death, terrified by our own desire to fall in.